right? Digitalizing aspects of the voting process, such as registration, rather than implementing full-scale electronic voting systems. As much as the prospects for experimenting with e-voting systems and technology can be exciting, we must also approach it with an open mind and a sense of national responsibility. At the forefront of these challenges are questions of security and trust. But we remain committed to our mandate to deliver uncompromised elections with utmost integrity, impartiality, and accountability. In an era where cyber threats are increasingly prevalent, ensuring the safety and security of an electronic voting system is paramount. We must build systems that are resilient, secure, and able to withstand the threats of today and the future. Moreover, we must address the digital divide. As we indicate, South Africa is a country with varying levels of digital access. While urban areas may have reliable internet and a high rate of technological literacy, rural communities and impoverished areas still face significant barriers to digital inclusion. So the Electoral Commission is ahead of the curve when it comes to embracing the advent of the technology. The Commission has implemented an online voter registration system that enables new voters to register and existing voters to update or alter their registration from the comfort of their homes or from anywhere. This online registration portal is not constrained by time and space. As many sectors of the economy drive digitalization, election management bodies do not and cannot be left behind. We must, however, be both bold and responsible in our approach to embracing innovation. The Electoral Commission found it appropriate to convene this seminar to explore initial prospects of introducing electronic voting technology in South Africa at some future moment. The Commission sees this as a potential watershed moment for our democracy, a national dialogue that cannot be ignored or limited to a certain sector of society. The enthusiasm for e-voting is evidently strong, especially among the youth of our country, who hold an unrestrained hope regarding its potential boost to voter participation, as well as simplifying the electoral process. As the Commission, we encourage conversation, discussion, and lively debates among South Africans from all walks of life, as we have seen happen in some of the social media platforms already. Such national conversation is essential because elections are a public enterprise that belongs to all citizens of our country. It is apposite to mention that the Commission always had e-voting in its line of sight. Electronic voting discussion commenced way back in 2013. And following that seminar that we had, we carried out a number of investigations into the subject, aiming to learn from the global experiences of countries that have either successfully or unsuccessfully tried to implement e-voting. For e-voting to be a viable solution, it must be accessible to all South Africans, regardless of their location of socio-economic position. That is why our discussions here must be comprehensive, aiming to address all blind spots and ultimately provide fit-for-purpose solutions for South Africa. The Commission has not yet determined whether e-voting is the appropriate method to present to Parliament. But we are optimistic that a comprehensive discussion will occur nationwide, leading to concrete proposals by all our stakeholders. It is against this backdrop that the Commission has taken this important step to initiate and lead public debate on the matter. In this conference, we'll also launch the discussion document to support the national conversation on the subject. This discussion document is intended to ultimately translate into some green paper on e-voting that will further inform public consultation and hopefully final decision in Parliament at some future date. With the help of the media and other stakeholders, we hope this debate is carried through in all spheres of our society until we reach consensus representative of the views of the South African populace. Esteemed guests, as we stand at the crossroads of a new digital era, the electoral sphere cannot be spared in the digital revolution. This seminar is not just a conversation about technology. It is about the future of electoral democracy and the integrity of elections. We urge all South Africans to engage in this discussion, to ask questions, challenge ideas, and bring their perspective to bear on this national debate. I thank you.
Thank you, CEO. I was worried when we started that we started before time. Now I have more time than I have activities to fill. Could I ask that we amend our program slightly? The minister was meant to be here. He is yet to arrive. So rather than wasting time, I'll ask Ms. Sibanda to come over and we move into the next session of the seminar. At the point that the minister arrives, we will find a way elegantly to accommodate his inputs. Moagisi? With that, gentlemen, you may take leave of the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Gosh, the seminar suddenly went so sullen because of that change in program. We promise you it doesn't mean that anything is amiss. It just means that we get to begin with the core part of our program just a little bit earlier, which I think is the real reason why we're all here. We want to hear what it is that the research that we commissioned had to say so that we're all able to engage. My name is Moagisi. I am the Civic Education and Research Knowledge General Manager at the IEC, and I'll be facilitating this morning's program. I'd like to ask the panelists in this session to just come and join me on stage. If you can begin by coming up the stairs here on my right. I am calling up Dr. Ben Roberts, Dr. Heather Tainsma, Dr. Odilile Ayodele, and Dr. Obiodon Mudubi. If we can give them a round of applause, please. I'm not used to all of this silence. Generally, I like music to be playing in between. It just helps to relax people and, you know, we become a little bit more festive and not so tense. I promise you, this is not a dental appointment, so please, everybody, do relax and have a seat. Thank you so much. Before the panel begins to speak, I'm going to ask Professor Sarah Muswetsa to come to the podium, and she's just going to give some brief introductory remarks. She is the Chief Executive Officer at the Human Sciences Research Council.
Thank you so much, Mwachisi. I think the round of applause was much stronger this time, much better, right? It's unusual. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is indeed Sarah Muswetsa. I'm the CEO at HSRC. It is very unusual to be in such gatherings, and when we are introduced as HSRC, we are introduced as the core of why we are here. I think it says a lot about this organization. I think it says a lot, CEO, about why IEC continues to do great work for this country, because it prioritizes research at the core of what it does. I only have 5 minutes. I only have 5 minutes, so allow me to just say a few introductory remarks. And the team is here, and you will know why. We've always been partnering with IEC to do the work that we need to do. Program Director, just let me know once the minister gets into the room so that I can acknowledge in the 2 minutes that I have. Let me just say briefly about what we do as HSRC. We pride ourselves in doing what we call research impact work. And there are 3 pillars to that research impact work. One is research excellence. At the core of what we do, we need to make sure that our methodologies are on point at all material times, so that the findings are also on point at all material times. And again, the next 2 days, you're going to see testament to what we do. Not all of our research, you'll agree with it. It does not mean that the research is flawed or is not excellent. And indeed, we were at Gallagher estate last year, CEO, and the research was not what we, some people would have wanted us to talk about in public platform, but we did, because we were guided by the robustness of our methodologies and of course our analysis too. And this is what brings us here as part of our research impact agenda as HSRC, is engagement. Because part of what we do as HSRC is not just research and publications and books, and we do a lot of those in journal articles, and we do a lot of those in reports. We also engage. And in that engagement, I think it edifies the work. We make sure that we are relevant to the public, but also everyone else sees the value of research. And finally, I think the third part of our research impact is policy relevance. We always seek to ask the relevant questions, policy relevant questions. There's no point in us as a research entity of the state to ask questions or pursue research agendas that are not aligned to the policy agenda of the day. And indeed, the research that we're going to be talking to today and tomorrow speaks to that. And having said that, I know that the CEO was saying that we should not preempt the outcomes of the next 2 days, and we should not in any way suggest that the government has made a decision on electronic voting. However, I think from HSRC's side, Given that we are an entity of the Department of Science and Innovation, we cannot be left behind, especially on this matter, especially given that this could be one of our, as they say, game changers in terms of our elections and election outcomes. I know that the CEO has probably done this, but a special welcome to our friends and sisters and brothers in the continent. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Maswetsa. I'm going to introduce the panelists to you. I hope everybody has got a printed program with them. I believe you would have gotten a copy as you were coming in. I'm not going to read the full bios because our panelists are very shy and they don't want to be blushing right in front of you. So I'll be very brief with the introductions. But how we're going to run our program this morning is that we're going to have Dr. Ben Roberts speaking on the initiation and development of the research study and the process that the team had to undergo in order to fulfill this commissioned research. And then we're going to have Dr. Ayodele speaking on the foundations, theory, and practice of e-voting, again, as well, unpacking the research that they have done. So to introduce Dr. Ben Roberts, he is a research director at the Developmental, Capable, and Ethical State Research Division at the Human Sciences Research Council. He has a PhD in social policy and labor studies from Rhodes University, my alma mater, as well as MSc Urban and Regional Planning with distinction from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He has coordinated the HSRC's South African Social Attitude Survey series since it started in 2003, and he has extensive research experience with the design, analysis, and representative surveys that he has done over many, many years. I'm going to ask Dr. Ben Roberts to come up to the podium and speak to us. Thank you so much.
Distinguished guests, good morning on behalf of the research team, members of the Commission, my CEO. It's an honor to be here today at this important event. If we can just get the PowerPoint slides up, please. I think they're showing. Yeah. So this is the first of a series of aspects and themes related to the research study that was undertaken last year that we're going to talk about today. So what we thought we'd do is just begin by providing an element of context, both in terms of background, the lead up to the study that was undertaken in 2024 on behalf of the Commission, as well as aspects that relate to methodology, as our CEO emphasized. So this slide is, I hope you can see it at the back, is a project roadmap that outlines the key phases involved in developing an e-voting discussion document for the country. The process began with an exploration of whether a green paper on e-voting is the appropriate course of action for the country. This involved assessing the feasibility, challenges, as well as potential benefits of e-voting in the South African electoral system. To build on a strong foundation for this discussion, the next phase focused on gathering insights into e-voting through a literature review, online and telephonic surveying of the public, roundtable discussions as well with key thematic experts. These efforts aim to capture international best practices as well as contextual considerations relevant to the South African context. The findings from this research informed the drafting of an e-voting discussion document. You're seeing copies of that that will be launched today. This draft was reviewed, deliberated on by both the Electoral Commission as well as the Human Sciences Research Council, and this process led to a refinement of the document ensuring it aligned with both the research evidence and the electoral policy considerations for the country. The current phase, which is why we're here over the next couple of days, involves presenting and debating the policy discussion document at the conference event, where experts, policymakers, and stakeholders are really encouraged, as the CEO of the Electoral Commission stated in his welcoming remarks. We want robust discussion about both the content and its implications for our society. The feedback from this event will then be incorporated into the document to strengthen its recommendations moving ahead. Following this, an advisory board is expected to be established to guide the possible implementation of e-voting by the Commission. This board would provide strategic direction, ensuring that any proposed electoral reforms are both technically and operationally viable. The final stage of the roadmap is the formalization of a green paper on e-voting, which will provide a structured policy framework for potential adoption and implementation. And as Mr. Mamabolo also indicated, this decision in Parliament at some time in the future, at a future date, is likely to be forthcoming on that basis. In terms of the development over the last decade and a little bit, there's been several core studies that have been undertaken relating to e-voting, and I'll briefly describe those three. The first is the Electoral Commission did 3 studies as part of its fundamental commitment to improving electoral processes and exploring the feasibility of electronic voting in the country. Firstly was a 2013 report entitled An Enabler or Disabler to Strengthening Electoral Democracy. The report is based on an e-voting seminar that examined whether electronic voting could either enhance or hinder electoral democracy in South Africa. The study explored key factors such as security, accessibility, cost, and public trust. The second one is a 23 report where the HSRC was involved in its undertaking as well, which provided a comprehensive updated review of e-voting, analyzing its application in different countries, and evaluating its feasibility in the South African context. And this led us to the current study, which we're reflecting on today and will be launched, is a policy discussion document which considerations for the potential implementation of e-voting in South Africa. So this most recent study serves as a policy discussion document presenting an in-depth analysis of the potential adoption of e-voting in the country. And together, if we look at these 3 studies, they form a critical foundation for ongoing electoral reform discussions, ensuring that any potential shift towards e-voting is informed by thorough research and evidence-based policy considerations. So I'm going to give a little bit of an outline of what those 3 reports, and including the most recent one, both their background, purpose, and methodology. So the 2013 report was a culmination of a study on e-voting conducted by the Electoral Commission in late 2011. The objectives of the seminar were to firstly examine the cross-national experience of e-voting technologies by way of country case studies highlighting key lessons learnt at that stage. Secondly, to afford key electoral stakeholders the opportunity to gain an understanding of e-voting and interrogate its utility in South Africa. And thirdly, to assess the positions of key electoral stakeholders vis-à-vis e-voting. So this study emanated from 3 particular imperatives and perspectives. Firstly, His Excellency Kgalema Motlanthe, in the aftermath of the 2009 national and provincial elections, urged the Electoral Commission to explore the possibility of electronic voting. The Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs also expressed interest in electronic voting around the same time. And thirdly, the exploration of e-voting corresponds fundamentally with one of the Electoral Commission's strategic objectives, namely ensuring that the Commission remains a preeminent election management body that effectively seeks continuous improvement and innovations through technology. In terms of the key recommendations that came out of the 2013 e-voting seminar, firstly, the seminar delegates indicated that if South Africa does indeed choose to embark on electronic voting, the process should be underpinned by the country's unique social, political, and economic realities. And as we heard this morning, this is something that the Electoral Commission emphasizes quite strongly as a guiding aspect of any consideration of electronic voting for the country moving ahead. Secondly, the delegates strongly recommended that an expanded, focused research study on e-voting technology should be undertaken, because South Africa is considering using election technology that has been, in some instances, abandoned by other countries. That was at that time. Thirdly, delegates felt that a focused research project will deepen the understanding of the inadequacies of electronic voting with a view to instituting remedial measures in South Africa should the decision be taken to adopt such technology. Then we jump ahead a decade to 2023, and that particular study, which was undertaken by the Human Sciences Research Council. This study assessed, firstly, the potential benefits and challenges of implementing electronic voting systems, particularly in enhancing voter participation, in accessibility and transparency. The study highlighted the importance of stakeholder engagement and robust security measures to ensure the integrity and the acceptance of electronic voting. So the specific objectives and aims of this study were to evaluate the potential of electronic voting to increase voter turnout and accessibility, to assess the security and integrity of electronic voting systems, to explore the perceptions and attitudes of stakeholders, including voters, election officials, and policymakers, and to identify also the technical, legal, and social challenges associated with implementing electronic voting. Furthermore, it aimed to provide recommendations for the successful integration of e-voting in South Africa. In terms of the methodology of the 23 study, it employed a mixed methods approach, a research design, combining both quantitative and qualitative elements involved in the collection of the data to inform the research conclusions. Desktop analysis of survey data was complemented by in-depth interviews, focus group discussions with key stakeholders, including election officials, policymakers, and technology experts. The study also included a case study of existing electronic voting systems in other countries to draw comparative insight and some elements of best practices that might have a bearing on the South African case. What were the recommendations of this particular study? The overarching recommendation was that the Electoral Commission should be permitted to experiment, trial, and pilot e-voting in political and especially non-political elections. It also recommended that building trust and good communication with the electorate was essential. Training recommendations were also made, including sustained voter education to reach all sectors of the population, and recognition that the training must not compromise the long-term, medium, and short-term. All the IEC staff need to be trained on technology if the decision is to go this route in elections, irrespective of the choice decision. So that brings us to the present study. So entitled Exploring and Implementation, the Implementation of Electronic Voting in South Africa, this was prepared to initiate a dialogue on the feasibility of electronic voting in South Africa, including key considerations and policy options. So e-voting, and Dr. Ayodele will talk a bit more about the different types of digital systems, are used for casting, counting, and transmitting votes, and this could potentially enhance electoral efficiency, increase voter participation, and reduce ballot complexity. And to some extent, South Africa's digital transformation supports this shift. If we think about the more than 22 million smartphone users and the 80% plus internet penetration, according to Stats SA, that we have, this is really speaks to how dramatic a technological turn has happened in a relatively short space of time. The COVID pandemic also further accelerated online adoption, making e-voting a timely consideration. Another factor is the increasing number of political parties and independent candidates and its bearing on ballot paper design. And these have indeed become more complex over successive elections, as we saw in the 2024 national and provincial elections. So e-voting does offer a prospective solution by simplifying the voting process, reducing spoiled ballots potentially, and also has prospects for boosting youth turnout in particular, a real concern for South Africa. And this is a point of contention, but is also arguably cost-effective in the long run, as electronic systems require fewer resources than paper-based voting. Features such as multilingual interfaces and audio support can improve accessibility for illiterate and visually impaired voters. Global examples such as Brazil and India demonstrate that e-voting can work in large, diverse countries such as South Africa. And Dr. Dlamini in session today will give us more context on the other country experiences with such technology. However, as we were implored to do in the opening remarks, is e-voting does have the potential for raising challenges too, particularly issues of cybersecurity risk that could undermine ultimately public trust in the system. A country such as South Africa faces additional barriers, including high illiteracy rates, rural connectivity issues, and competing socioeconomic priorities. E-voting also requires significant initial investment in technology as well as voter education. Experiences with e-voting in Africa to date, especially the cases of Namibia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, highlight some of the practical issues that might arise. And we'll hear more about that in session 1 tomorrow from the election management bodies in those two countries. If pursued, a phased implementation with rigorous security measures and extensive testing will be essential to ensure transparency, reliability, and public confidence. Despite these challenges, strategic planning and pilot projects could determine the feasibility of e-voting as a future electoral reform. And Dr. Davids and Dr. Gordon will talk to some of that in summing up more in-depth research findings and recommendations later today. The 2024 IEC electronic voting study, which was undertaken by the HSRC, commenced in June last year and was concluded by around September. The main output of this present study is the policy discussion document, which will be launched today. This document had a number of key objectives: to assess the reasons for considering the introduction of e-voting in South Africa, to assess the relevant constitutional principles and existing policy and legal frameworks in South Africa and the implications for the possible introduction of e-voting, to determine available e-voting options, their technologies and cost implications, the relative benefits and challenges of various options bearing in mind the South African context, and to understand and profile the attitudes and concerns of the general public and key stakeholders regarding e-voting in principle and in practice. And lastly, and related to the previous point, the study aimed to examine the opinions and preferences of marginalized groups, including persons with disabilities and rural communities, as just examples. The Minister has joined us. I am just going to talk to the program or the session facilitator to see if we wish to pause, or must I continue to the end? Continue, okay. Okay, thank you. So in terms of the methodology, again, it was a mixed methods approach, consisting of secondary desktop analysis, qualitative in-depth one-on-one interviews with key stakeholders, such as researchers, academics, representatives from civil society organizations, and election management bodies, both domestic and international. There were 2 roundtable discussions with key stakeholders, as well as an online survey with a telephonic supplement to assess South Africans' attitudes and behavior towards e-voting. So in terms of what informed the study, the key stakeholder interviews, roundtable discussions, and survey work was conducted to gather diverse perspectives on electronic voting systems. In terms of the characteristics, I'll just jump a slide. I'm just going to very briefly just outline that the qualitative component of the study consisted of key informant interviews and roundtable discussions. 20 targeted in-depth interviews with key stakeholders were conducted, and it's those kind of characteristics I mentioned before: election management bodies, civil society representatives, and academics who have worked and have experience with this type of electoral issue. And these were taken in August and September last year. 10 of these were done with commissioners and executive staff of the IEC, 6 with academic electoral experts, 2 with representatives of international election bodies, and 2 with representatives from civil society organizations. The roundtable discussions, the first of these was consisted of academics from different universities in the country and was undertaken in late August. The second one was focused and representatives from Blind SA and the South African National Council from the Blind, and this was done in early September. So these discussions were conducted using online platforms such as Zoom and Microsoft Teams. So I've just got a couple of slides which I won't go into much depth. It just speaks to the survey, the quantitative element and the survey sample characteristics. So as part of the nationally representative survey research that HSRC has undertaken on behalf of the Commission before, a modest set of questions were fielded in the context of the last 6 national and local government elections in the country, from the early 2010s right through to last year. Building on this initial work on the attitudes of South Africans towards electronic voting, the quantitative component of the 2024 research study consisted of an online public opinion electronic voting survey supplemented by a telephonic component to address participation coverage gaps. The survey used a combination of an online platform called the Moya app and computer-assisted telephonic interviewing. The online survey ran from between late August and early September last year and was administered, as I said, using something called the Moya app, which is a data-free mobile platform used by millions of South Africans. By eliminating data costs, the survey reached a broad range of social and demographic groups in our society. Participants accessed the survey link through the Moya app. They could also access it through WhatsApp and social media. The survey was voluntary, required informed consent, and was open to South African citizens aged 18 years and older. Since it was an opt-in survey, it did not follow a random sampling approach, but the design is such that it is broadly indicative of the preferences and views of adult South Africans and can be backwardly compared in part to the nationally representative voter participation surveys that the Electoral Commission administers ahead of each national and local government election. The telephonic supplement was designed to improve demographic representation, and that was done in early to mid-September last year, and targeted population groups that are typically underrepresented in online surveying, including those with limited internet access, as well as an underrepresentation of slightly older citizens too. Respondents were purposefully selected and interviews were conducted via computer-assisted telephonic interviewing, ensuring anonymity and confidentiality. The supplement helped balance the key demographic variables such as age, population group, and education level. The online as well as the telephonic data were combined into a single integrated data set. So to correct for biases related to internet access, socioeconomic class, and education. Weights were applied based on StatsSA's surveys using a combined matrix that would match the online and telephonic survey data to the representative distribution of the South African adult public aged 18 and above. This improved the representativeness of the voting eligible population. A total of 5,905 respondents participated in the survey. The sample included 2,591 male respondents and 3,177 female respondents, with just over 5,500 individuals reporting no disability. The largest age group was in the 25 to 34-year age range. So the graph on the screen just shows some of the basic distributional characteristics of the sample, getting a reasonable spread across those demographic characteristics. And the next slide just shows by equal measure a reasonable spread based on aspects such as education, geography, geographic type, and educational attainment. The participants came from a range of urban, township, informal settlements, as well as rural areas. So by way of conclusion for an introductory set of remarks, this has provided a very brief introduction to the 2024 survey as reflected in the discussion document, and contextualizes the findings that will be presented both by Dr. Ayodele and in subsequent sessions today. It's envisaged that the findings will initiate quite a robust discussion, as was indicated already on social media. There's quite a lot of discussion and messaging happening around the prospects for electronic voting in the country over recent days. The latest research therefore examines voter attitudes towards electronic voting, potential challenges including digital literacy, infrastructure and security considerations, international best practices and lessons that can be derived therefrom for South Africa, and overall, the conference itself is intended to serve as the basis for starting a national dialogue, which we hope will lead to the development of a national green paper on electronic voting. So thank you very much.
At the seminar this morning. You're welcome, Minister. Thank you very much for coming. We will then proceed to have Dr. Ayodele do her presentation as well, after which we will give an opportunity for the Minister to address the meeting, and then after that we will then proceed with our respondents and a Q&A session. I trust that will be in order. So I'm going to ask Dr. Ayodele to please come up to speak. Once we have done that, we will allow the Minister to come and address the conference when we've outlined the research. I hope that is in order. So as you come up, Dr. Ayodele is a PhD holder from the University of Johannesburg, and she specializes in geopolitical governance and transnational governance of AI and technology, with a particular focus on Africa's digital and international relations. Dr. Ayodele.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, esteemed guests, and the leadership of the IEC, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Let me just get the screen on. Okay, oops, sorry. Okay, there we go. So for 3 decades, our democracy has been defined by the iconic image of South Africans standing in long queues, patiently waiting to mark their X on a paper ballot. Those images from 1994 symbolized not just a voting process, but the birth of our democratic nation. But after 30 years of democracy, the scenes are the same, but though the landscape has changed. Many citizens now face new barriers to participation, from geographical isolation and physical disabilities to demanding work schedules and growing voter apathy. In a world where we can instantly transfer money and communicate globally from our phones, our voting process, however, remains very much rooted in the 20th century. Free and fair elections are a significant characteristic of a healthy democracy. The promise of e-voting is not just a technological upgrade, but a recommitment to making this part of democracy accessible to every South African. But transforming our electoral system, as mentioned by my colleague earlier and by the IEC at the start of the session, is not a decision that can be taken lightly. In this section, I'm going to build on Dr. Roberts' presentation, and I'll provide an overview of the foundations, theory, and practice of electronic voting or e-voting, with a particular focus on the South African context. Okay. E-voting refers to the use of electronic systems to cast and count votes in elections. It emerged in the late 20th century as a response to the need for greater electoral efficiency and accuracy. Early trials began in the 1990s when governments sought to digitize parts of the voting process to reduce human error and improve the speed of vote counting. Today, e-voting systems take various forms, including optical scan voting systems, where voters mark a ballot paper that is then scanned and electronically counted. Direct recording electronic voting machines, where votes are directly recorded onto a computer's memory, and online voting, which funny enough was very popular with younger people in our survey, which allows voters to cast their ballots remotely using internet-enabled devices. E-voting is a key part of the broader digital transformation of governance. In South Africa, this transformation has been accelerated by increased internet penetration and growing use of mobile devices. However, there's still major gaps in access and in terms of digital literacy, particularly in rural areas, which could affect the feasibility of e-voting. It is important for us to remember, when we are talking about e-voting, we're not talking about replacing democracy with technology. Instead, what we are is we're exploring how technology can strengthen our democratic processes. And the benefits are clear. E-voting dramatically increases efficiency by reducing counting time by up to 80%, as I mentioned earlier, and it minimizes human error. It enhances accessibility for rural areas, as I'll get into a little later on, and persons with disability. Moreover, overseas citizens who struggle with traditional voting methods are more easily included. And perhaps most importantly, e-voting creates auditable digital trails that can enhance both election integrity and public trust. But we must be honest about the challenges. As Dr. Roberts mentioned earlier, cybersecurity vulnerabilities are an issue. The digital divide and voter confidence are real concerns that we have to address. The more pertinent question isn't whether to embrace technology in our democratic processes, but how to implement it responsibly. Okay. South Africa needs a tailored solution that addresses our unique infrastructure challenges and democratic values. We have three main options to consider. First, we could go with poll site e-voting systems. Now, these include electronic voting machines, which I mentioned earlier, that operate without internet connection, reducing vulnerability to remote attacks. We could go with the direct recording electronic systems with paper verification, providing both efficiency and auditability. And optical scanners that preserve paper ballots while automating counting. The second option, the internet-based voting, that allows participation from anywhere with an internet access. Now, this would require robust digital identity verification and significant cybersecurity infrastructure. I think it's important that I mention a third emerging option, which is blockchain-based systems that create immutable, transparent records that enable end-to-end verification, though these remain largely untested for national elections. I'm now giving you this context. Hold on, let me just change the... In terms of poll site voting, if we go with the electronic voting machines, which has been used extensively in India, for example, EVMs are designed for large-scale use. They feature multilingual support, as Dr. Roberts had mentioned earlier, as well as off-grid operability, making them accessible even in areas with unstable electricity supply. With the direct recording machines, which is common in the US, it allows voters to select their choice via touchscreen or touchpad. Some DRE systems include voter verifiable paper audit trails, which provide a paper record of the vote for verification and recounting. Then we have the precinct count optical scan systems, where voters fill out a paper ballot, which is then scanned and counted electronically. This system offers both electronic efficiency and a paper trail for auditing. And it's important that I do mention online voting or iVoting. Okay, online voting, iVoting. Estonia is the global leader in online voting, and since introducing online voting in 2005, it has consistently increased voter participation rates with over 50% of votes cast online in the 2023 elections. However, online voting presents security challenges such as hacking, denial of service attacks, and risk to ballot secrecy and voter authentication. Voter trust is critical for the success of online voting, which Estonia has achieved through high levels of public confidence in government institutions and advanced encryption technology. We can learn valuable lessons from those that have gone before us. Going back to the India example, we've seen that their electronic voting machines have successfully served over 900 million voters since 2000. This system has dramatically reduced ballot stuffing and booth capturing while cutting costs. Brazil, which has a very similar geographic spread to South Africa, implemented full electronic voting across a diverse geography, reducing result time from weeks to hours and increasing participation in remote areas. But it's very important that we also heed the warnings from countries that were less successful in their implementation. For instance, Netherlands abandoned their system owing to vulnerabilities to hacking, and we have seen the challenges in the DRC. And the question comes up is, what separates success from failure? And undoubtedly, it's thoughtful implementation, robust security, and public education campaigns that build trust. Okay. Ooh. See, unfortunately, being short, you don't actually see what's happening on the screen. Okay. As mentioned earlier, mobile telephony has been a driver of connectivity in the country, with a share of 98.7% of internet users, and that's the latest stats, connecting via their mobile phone. The story of connectivity extends far beyond mere device ownership. Throughout the country, over 45 million South Africans are journeying online, representing nearly 3/4 of the population who now have the world's knowledge and opportunities at their fingertips. Perhaps the most striking is how South Africans have embraced mobile connectivity with extraordinary enthusiasm. The nation now sustains an astonishing 118 million active mobile connections, nearly double its population. This reflects not just a basic adoption, but a profound integration of mobile technology into every aspect of daily life, with many citizens maintaining multiple connections for different purposes. This isn't simply a collection of statistics, but is a story of a nation embracing digital transformation, creating new possibilities and pathways to prosperity through the devices in their pockets. But, and the magic but, there's still a lot that needs to be done. South Africa faces two critical hurdles in implementing e-voting. The first, is our digital divide. While urban internet penetration reaches 85%, rural access is still only at just 52%. To address this, South Africa, alongside the IEC, could consider deploying EVMs at traditional polling sites while gradually opting into internet-based voting, ensuring no citizen is disenfranchised. The second critical hurdle is our infrastructure vulnerability. Load shedding and connectivity challenges create reliability concerns. A possible way to address this is having battery-backed systems with offline capabilities and synchronized backup procedures. Each challenge requires both a technological and a social solution. Neither can succeed without the other. Now, the IEC has been forward-thinking in terms of ICT innovations. It has already introduced several ICT-based innovations to modernize the electoral process. We've seen the introduction of voter portals, which enables voters to register and check their registration status and request a special vote online. We've seen the increased social media engagement. It communicates with voters through platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and X, improving its outreach and engagement. And the IEC uses data analytics and GIS technology to improve the efficiency of voter registration and polling station management. However, these innovations have not yet extended to e-voting. Pre-tests or pilot projects would be essential to determine whether South African voters are ready for a transition to electronic systems. As mentioned, again, by Dr. Robertson, would be discussed by my colleagues later on, civic education and digital literacy are critical. Recent polling shows that most South Africans have limited understanding of e-voting, though many would support it if proper security measures were in place. Encouragingly, the majority believe that modernizing our elections is important for democracy. In my work, I spend a lot of time in local municipalities, and even there, I realize there's a critical opportunity in terms of matching digital literacy alongside civic education. It is pointless to teach people how to use the devices if they don't understand the importance of the democracy and the importance of having their voice heard. Okay, now I'm making sure that I'm actually getting, all right, my shortness is, oops, sorry. Okay, so I'm here I'm coming to my conclusion now. And the discussion that we've been having that we will be having throughout these next few days are important as we chart the way forward for a modern, inclusive democracy. Without public confidence, even the most secure e-voting system will fail. Trust requires both technical security and perceived reliability. Technically, we need multi-layered security with end-to-end encryption and intrusion detection protocols, voter-verified paper audit trails to provide physical backups that voters can verify before submission. But technical measures alone are not enough. We must build trust through multi-partisan oversight with representatives from all major political parties involved in testing and certification. Public testing areas would allow citizens to interact with the systems before implementation, and we need clear contingency plans with established procedures for systems failures or suspected breaches. I think it's important to point out that the most secure system isn't the one with the strongest encryption. It's the one that combines robust technology with transparent processes that voters can understand and trust. And my last line, and I think it's important to keep in mind as we go forward in the next few days, the future of South Africa's democracy depends not on whether or not we adopt new voting technology, but on how thoughtfully and inclusively we implement them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adoyele. I'm going to ask the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Mosotho Moyapia, along with the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, to please come to the stage, as we're going to do a symbolic handover of the report, and then we will have that address by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. So, if we can have the chairperson also coming on the stage. A round of applause, please.
Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I take instructions very well. Moagisi has given them. I have no qualms about what we need to do. I have the great privilege of having with us this morning the Minister of Home Affairs in the Republic of South Africa, Dr. Leon Schreiber. Minister, welcome. We have acknowledged members of parliament this morning. We have acknowledged chairpersons of portfolio committees, as well as the chairperson of the select committee. We have symbolically the chairperson of the portfolio committee on home affairs sitting with the minister. This is symbolic only. But what we now need to do is to truly delve into the ecosystem within which electronic voting, if considered feasible for this nation, would be premised. We have none other than the minister who indeed leads this area of work on behalf of our nation, looking at the future of identity in the Republic. We all know that for you to register and to vote, identity is central to that franchise. And we do, Minister, wish to invite you to talk about that ecosystem. Let me tell you very briefly. When the minister and I spoke about this, I could sense the excitement in the telephone conversation we had. The minister has always been talking about digitization. Sai, did I say it properly? Yes, and so I think it's important to let the minister deliver his keynote address looking at how this e-voting discussion will in fact implicate the ecosystem within which an identity is going to be a key thing to deal with. Minister, I do not want to take more time. South Africa is ready for this discussion. They are keen to hear what your thoughts are, what your policy leaning is on the future of identity in our country. Please come to the stage, and ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for that invitation to come and share some thoughts this morning at this very important conference. Allow me to greet the Chairperson of the IEC, Mosoto Moepya. Indeed, we have delved into this area a little bit, and it's good to be here this morning to go a bit deeper with you. Fellow commissioners of the IEC, as well as the CEO, Mr. Simon Mabolo, good morning to you. And indeed, digitization versus digitalization, an important discussion. Members of the IEC management team, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, as well as the chairperson of the Select Committee. I don't know, Chair, if we want to also invite her to come and join us on stage. I think that would be very much appreciated. Feel free, just while I'm speaking, to do so, Chair. And then also to the members from both houses that have joined us today. I'm looking around, I'm seeing some colleagues from the Department of Home Affairs as well, and I'm sure some other stakeholders that I'm not seeing from the stage, but please do all feel very welcomed, stakeholders, guests, and members of the media. Our meeting here today indeed comes at a very opportune time. Following the outcome of the 2024 general elections and the formation of the Government of National Unity, the Home Affairs ecosystem has embarked on a purposeful reform journey built around digital transformation. Under the 7th Democratic Administration, our apex priority in this space is simple, yet monumentally ambitious, and that is to automate and digitalize as many processes as possible at Home Affairs, the Border Management Authority, and the government printing works. Now, over the past 8 months, we have worked tirelessly to lay the foundation for the reforms required to turn these institutions into digital-first organizations. However, we have not yet spoken much about the Electoral Commission of South Africa, which is as it should be, given its status as an independent Chapter 9 institution. But that is also why I am particularly grateful to the leadership of the IEC, who took it upon themselves to arrange this conference so that we can explore the implications and possibilities of digital transformation for our voting system specifically. This is really important because as much as the IEC is an independent entity, it functions within that broader Home Affairs ecosystem. Elections in South Africa are dependent upon the ability of other stakeholders in this ecosystem to, for example, issue ID documents and control the population register. So given the scale of change that we have embarked on at Home Affairs, it is important to reflect on the role of the IEC in this ecosystem and how it can both mitigate risk but also benefit from the reforms that we are undertaking. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to briefly mention a few of these changes that will have ramifications for the IEC and that I suggest you consider carefully in your deliberations over the coming days. Firstly, we are moving determinedly to expand access to smart IDs at a scale never seen before. We will do so by building on the successful pilot project that has rendered ID and passport services in about 30 bank branches over the past decade, as well as the mobile units that we have and the offices in malls that are now in existence. But it really is now time to scale up this initiative to hundreds or even 1,000 locations in bank branches across the country so that all South Africans can obtain smart IDs much closer to where they live. This will enable us to eventually discontinue the green barcoded ID book, which is far more prone to fraud than the smart ID. The result of this work, I believe, should be felt by the IEC by the time of the next local government elections in 2026 or 27. In other words, I hope you will be seeing many, many more voters with smart IDs as compared to those with the green ID book. That is one of the first key milestones that Home Affairs reform should deliver in your space. But we certainly won't stop there. By the time, secondly, of the next national and provincial elections in 2029, we want to have a fully fledged digital ID system for South Africa. As announced by President Cyril Ramaphosa during his State of the Nation address last month, Home Affairs is hard at work to develop the infrastructure required for a secure digital identity platform. This will enable not only South Africans to securely store their IDs and other official documents on a smart device, but will also provide a verifiable credential for each citizen and permanent resident. I really want to emphasize this point. A digital ID is not a photo on your phone of your smart ID. A digital ID is a verifiable credential through which you can confirm your identity to organs of state, private sector institutions, and to actually make sure that you are exactly who you say you are. And the government needs to provide that public infrastructure for the verifiable credential. I want to also emphasize that this is a sequential process. First will come access to smart IDs for all, and then will come parallel and over time digital ID. The advantage of ending up in this space of digital identity and verifiable credentials is that it will enable us to remotely certify the identity of every person in the country based on their unique facial or fingerprint biometrics. I think it goes without saying that there are opportunities and implications for the IEC in the work that we are doing in this space. The third reform that I think is particularly relevant to the IEC relate to enhancements to the population register. A new national identification registration bill is on my desk as we speak. This bill will reform the population register into a modern digital-first instrument that will record the presence and biometrics of all people who are in our country. It essentially becomes the repository for digital ID, the central storage space through which government, Home Affairs can verify the identity of an individual South African. Just by way of example, beyond the IEC, think about the implications of such a system in the social grant space, our ability to clamp down on fraud and corruption, because what you must be able to do is to be able to take a photo of someone's face and be able to confirm through Home Affairs that their biometric matches the verifiable credential that signs their digital ID. And just imagine the opportunities for savings, for inclusion, for efficiency of such a system, and then specifically imagine the implications for the IEC in terms of combating fraud, improving efficiency of verifying identity as it relates to voters who register, as it relates to voters who actually, on voting day, need to make their cross. I think these are really important developments as the IEC considers this discussion. But I want to then also emphasize the central role of the population register in all of this. Because for too long, we have used a national population register that fails to adequately record the biometric information of everyone in South Africa. The failure to have what is called a single view of all people in the country is a major contributing factor to the risks associated with illegal immigration, including for our elections, because it enables foreigners to sojourn in the country without their biometrics being detected and stored. The reform to the population register will be coupled with the introduction of an electronic travel authorization that we aim to begin rolling out this year, which will eventually require every person who enters South Africa to provide their biometrics for capturing into this modern new population register. The goal behind this, of course, is obvious. We want to be able to understand who is in South Africa at all times, and critically for the IEC, to differentiate between citizens and non-citizens. Those who are allowed to vote, those who are not allowed to vote, but who are sojourning in South Africa. That is the gap that we aim to plug by making sure that we know the biometric information of everyone in this country at any given time. Finally, there's the work of the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel, which also continues apace. Once that process is concluded, I will table recommendations to Parliament that may result in further reforms aimed at bolstering the accountability of our electoral system. The implications of these 4 reforms combined for the IEC are obvious and important. In fact, the reforms that are now underway at Home Affairs will amount to the most significant intervention since 1994 to bolster South African democracy. As the custodian of elections, this naturally confronts the IEC with at least 2 important questions to my mind. Firstly, what are the implications of these Home Affairs reforms for elections? And how will the IEC ensure that it is able to capitalize and integrate and benefit from these reforms? Secondly then, what are the risks and what are the specific opportunities that this reform window presents the IEC in terms of the digital transformation of its own processes? That obviously is the subject of your discussion over the coming days. But these are the 2 central questions, in my mind, that I hope the conference will delve into and emerge with ideas and possible solutions. Now, as part of setting the scene for that discussion, allow me to deposit a few more specific thoughts. I think it goes without saying that IEC systems will need to be updated to interact with new Home Affairs solutions, such as digital ID and the verifiable credential. It is therefore important that at a technical level, the IEC participates in the process of developing these new systems to ensure full interoperability. I think as we proceed along the path of digital transformation in this ecosystem, we will hopefully build trust and credibility with South Africans that we are in fact capable of delivering some of these undertakings. But I think soon we will find one of our big challenges becomes interoperability. We have to make sure that different systems speak to each other, and that is really central to the vision that the President also outlined at SONA, the idea of the whole government available to you at a touch. And so I would really implore this discussion to find ways of ensuring that the IEC integrates from the start into how these solutions will be used going forward. But I do at the same time then want to compliment the Commission for the work that has been done to enable online voter registration. I think it's important to reflect on that as we look forward now, because this is exactly the kind of reform that we want to see moving forward. Then at the same time, I also have to use this opportunity to speak as an ordinary voter. Now, during last year's election, I was rather perplexed that on the one hand, online voter registration worked well, but then there were issues with the machines that are supposed to scan those IDs. And that led many voting stations that I saw with my own eyes to revert to pen and paper. I think this is the disjuncture that we also need to deal with as we move forward. This disjuncture that is epitomized by the rolling out of really cutting-edge online voter registration system on the one hand, and then voters seeing the IEC using a pen and a ruler on voting day on the other hand. It is important that we talk about issues like this, not only the high-level technical discussions, because ultimately our shared aim here should be to deliver a more efficient and more secure voting experience. And this brings me to my final input ahead of this conference. One of the points that I have been careful to emphasize when speaking about digital transformation in this whole ecosystem is that our goal cannot simply be to move inefficient processes from paper to digital. Frankly, if we think about it for a moment, there is no point in digitalizing a process if it's going to be just as slow, just as inefficient, just as insecure as the manual paper-based process that preceded it. That is why digital transformation requires more than just technology. There's a difference between digitalizing and digital transformation. It requires us to change. We need to improve the process ultimately. It requires, therefore, a deep re-examination of all existing processes to ensure that the introduction of technology becomes a catalyst that transforms the process itself. Now, I would submit there is only one clear way to do this, to be successful, to ensure that you're not just moving an inefficient, insecure process onto a digital platform, but that you're actually making the system fundamentally more efficient and more secure. And that way is by always keeping in mind the end user. This goes for Home Affairs, it goes for the Border Management Authority, it goes for GPW, and it goes for the IEC, and frankly, it should go for the whole government. Keep the end user in mind. Because the truth is, as much as the technology may be impressive, and I'm sure some of the vendors here will blow our minds with what they can offer, the truth is that the digital transformation of government is not an end in and of itself. It is a means towards delivering better services, to enhancing security, and to ensuring that the user of any specific service walks away satisfied. In the case of the IEC, this obviously means that the ultimate goal of digital transformation should be to ensure that queues get shorter, not longer, on voting day. It should be to ensure that citizens have higher trust, not less trust, in the integrity of election outcomes. That security should be stronger, not weaker. And that the efficiency of any electronic system should be better, not worse, than under the existing paper-based system. And when I look at the report, and I look at some of the countries that have failed, I submit to you, part of the reason why there's failure in some of these attempts is because it ends up not actually fundamentally improving the process. And therefore that public trust, that legitimacy, that belief that embracing technology makes things better gets left behind. And I think it is vitally important that we keep that in mind as we consider all of the technical possibilities that are out there. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision for the total digital transformation of the Home Affairs ecosystem is therefore not principally about technology. It is about people, about improving the quality, security, and efficiency of our products as experienced by the people who use our services every day. Nowhere is this perspective more important than in the case of elections. South Africa indeed has a proud track record of conducting elections with integrity, which is a testament to the work of the IEC. But declining voter turnout and increasing radicalism, including from those who seek to question the outcome of legitimate elections, are warning signs that we must do more to enhance public trust in democracy. Ultimately, it must therefore be the goal of reform, digital or otherwise, to deliver a better experience to the end user if we are to protect the credibility and legitimacy of our elections. There is nothing more dangerous, frankly, for our elections and by extension our democracy than voters who turn away from a voting booth, than voters who lose confidence in the system through which they are supposed to govern the country in which they live. And that is why we must always keep those end users, the people, first, even as we embrace technology. Chair, it is with this responsibility in mind that I wish you every success with what is a path-breaking conference and discussion. I look forward to the outcome of these proceedings and indeed to working together with the IEC as it charts its own journey of digital transformation into the future. And at the outcome of that process, I look forward to making sure that we achieve that central goal, which is to build a stronger democracy where the people who interact with the IEC, who interact with services in the Home Affairs ecosystem, end up having more trust, more hope, more belief in the integrity of our systems, and by extension then, the future of this beautiful country. Thank you very much.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, you now see a picture that is beginning to be painted on a bigger canvas. We do not, as the IEC, work in isolation. We, in fact, depend on a form of an identity that works, one that works, not only for the voter, but works for this nation. Minister, thank you for painting that picture. I have a very simple job now, and my job is not to keep you. My job is to say thank you. I'd like you and the two chairpersons to please receive from us at the Commission, and I do so on behalf of this institution. We give you this discussion document that we now have. We accept that we are able to keep you here for now, and we want to very softly whisper into your ear. If there's any engagement you want to recuse yourself from to be here, we'll help you do it. I want to hand over this document and let you be free to take your time schedule forward. Please rise.
And as the chairperson hands over the report, you're also receiving your own copies. Colleagues are handing them out. We're going to take a quick photo. I'm just waiting for our photographers to just take a photo. Thank you, Nico. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the IEC, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committees. Thank you very much for joining us. You may now proceed to take your seats. We will take a tea break, ladies and gentlemen. The time is now 11 o'clock. I believe we will be taking a 20-minute break. If we can come back to the plenary at 20 past 11. 20 past 11, we'll come back from the tea break. Thank you very much.
be a nice juncture to sit down and say, well, let's look at a few other elements. Okay. So I'm going to look at this through the lens of a social entrepreneur. Social entrepreneurs are naturally positive folks. They are also very keen on trying to see the benefits and the opportunities within technology that's being employed. And this is no different. I am, although probably from a different age, a different generation, I am certainly very keen to see how South Africa can push its systems further, how we can incorporate new digital and new technological approaches within society to make it a more efficient, more transparent, and more inclusive voting and election process. So that's one of the things I wanted to sit down and do. And social entrepreneurs typically look at any opportunity, as you will, with 7 questions in mind. And the first questions, the first 4 questions, are pretty much a recap of what you've already heard in the first session. So those of you who weren't here in the first session, you'll be able to catch up fairly quickly. I'm going to summarize, briefly gloss over what both Ben and Odile took a great deal of time to go through, but I'm going to look at these 7 questions. The first 4 are very simple. Determine the problem. Understand different perspectives. Sorry, I'm trying to read my slides. Understand the audience's needs and what has been done to mitigate the problem. So we all think we understand what the problem is, but do we? Are we looking at simply the infrastructural, technical opportunities that e-voting allows? Are we simply looking at audience perceptions, the experience of e-voting systems, the legalities, type, financial, and infrastructure needs? All of which, when you get to go through the report, you will see are covered in incredible detail. The methodology that has gone into this report and preparing it is really, really, really very good and very succinct and very grounded. So you will see all of those things within the report, and I encourage you to read it because there is some very interesting golden nuggets in there. They do also mention, as the Minister of Home Affairs mentioned earlier, that there is a human element that has to be incorporated in this. So not just the technical, but also a human. Technology and humans have to coexist. If they do not coexist, then we're stuck with a bit of a problem because we're going to have a problem with uptake and also trust in the system. So as the report correctly points out, we need to retrain officials, IEC officials, party officials, civil society, in how these e-voting mechanisms and platforms their mechanics of it. But we also need to obviously train voters. The report on one side only focuses on our ability to train voters from a voting perspective. So voter education, which is important, don't get me wrong, but there's also civic education that we need to come to, and I will refer to that in a few minutes. We also have to accommodate a shifting demographic profile. South Africa is growing, along with the rest of the African continent, into a youth bulge. In other words, my generation is slowly getting older, and generations before me are slowly aging out of the electoral system.
Discussion must find expression in our provinces, in our municipalities, in our wards, in our engagement with civil society, with organized business, with organized labor. We must find that expression as we meet young people at universities, in their sports environment, in wherever they engage, we must engage. But this discussion, most importantly, it's not just a discussion for a select few. It's a discussion for the whole nation. We need to have policymakers engage in the discussion. You heard the minister talk about what body behind. We also don't want to say to you, this is a discussion we have in the Political Liaison Committee. It doesn't end there. It goes far beyond that reality. There are implications for young persons in particular. because you're asking about them. When we looked at online voting, and now with hindsight, we know what it has done. It has given us access to more young people than we had previously. E-voting, however we conceptualize it in our country, must help us deal with the challenges we have. We don't want it for the sake of it. We want it to deal with those tough questions we have not been able to break hitherto. I need to deal with the trust and integrity. This is an important issue, as you know, in South Africa. You know, an election not only deals with reality, a lot of it must address perception as well, because trust is a currency in the work that we do as the IEC. And, you know, it goes with what South Africans will, how they will behave when they have been confronted by a situation and they believe in how we dealt with it. And we put our cards on the table and deal with the issues very directly. So it is not a matter that we think it's short term. We don't think, clearly, even if we come with a unanimous voice that says, man, let's run, tomorrow is the day to do it. We will have to look at the that issue realistically. We have not, as we discuss here, we don't have every piece of legislation that is necessary to deal with this as an example, but we'll begin to understand what needs to be done to put the necessary legislation in place, to have people debate that, and to ensure that when it goes through the process, it is a thing that carries the mandate of our people as a nation, not just that of the Electoral Commission, the IEC, or that of a selected number of people who are in Cape Town, but of this nation. Cost, and I want to think of it as an investment rather. An investment we would need to make here is very clearly not going to be an insignificant consideration. It will be. But even more importantly, it must be an investment justifiable in what it promises to deliver to the people of this nation. It's not just a question of saving 90 million ballot papers that we printed and distributed. It must enable people to vote, to participate in our electoral democracy. This franchise is important. There are certain things we may be limited at the moment because of the current configuration. But I imagine if we were able to go to a voting station and you identify yourself as you would require to be identified, the minister touched on the possibilities. It would then say, you are in Cape Town, but you're actually voting for a voting station in Kwanyamazana, in Mpumalanga, and place your ballot right there. We possibly then don't need a Section 24A to say, you're not going to be in your station. And so we can be a little more flexible. We can make the franchise even more open for persons to exercise, other than limiting them where they are. And the limitation, understandably today, is because we have to balance trust and practicality with being frivolous and therefore impacting an election outcome. These are things that when we have a clear appreciation and the mandate is on the table, we'll be able to justify. Everyone will see what this investment ought to give us. And we won't need to tell everyone we have delivered on that, cost efficiency or not. You will tell us if we have done. And so these are the discussions we have. The last thing is the timing. Timing is very important. These discussions have begun. We we believe that they will lead to, things we can eventually put down onto a green paper, have a discussion on it, and that green paper, graduates to a point where a piece of legislation is in place, and we certainly limit our choices to the choices that are available and we can implement. But I can tell you, it is not a matter we are going to do in time for 2026. It may not be in time for 2029. It is work at that point that is going to require that we look at how best do we implement. Do we run parallel processes to engender confidence in this work? Do we let people play with these tools to be sure that these are not dangerous things to do, but they are real things and they can see the outcome. It is when we have that process and we have built that confidence that we can then say, South Africa will go. So those timelines will become a little clearer as we do that. But now, let us ensure that we speak about this in our homes, in our areas of work. We give feedback to our institution, to everyone else, and we help educate one another. I may have missed out some things that you have raised, and I'm looking at the CEO and my colleagues if there's something I have missed, as I invite the Minister on anything on the last two questions that we have dealt with.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, is it still morning, to the colleagues from the press. Thank you for the questions. I just want to really make one addition to what the Chair has said, maybe on the big picture, because the IEC, I think, is clearly embarking on a process here. But this comes at a very important moment as well, so it goes to the timing question. I spoke about the reforms that we are pursuing in the Home Affairs ecosystem, which will have implications for the IEC, whether this discussion is happening today or not. In other words, to make it concrete, how will the IEC register or allow a person to vote when they show up with a digital ID rather than a card or an ID book? So those are already questions that will necessarily come from the work that's going on in the broader ecosystem. So I think it is therefore the perfect moment, and it's by coincidence that we've really found this sweet spot to have this discussion based on the research that the Commission has done and based on the discussions that came many years prior that all now inform where we are today. But I would go a step further and say, as far as I'm concerned, every government institution should be having this discussion. And that's where I think the IEC is correct. And the reason I say that is because the direction of travel is very clear. The President's announcements at the State of the Nation address were built around the introduction of digital identity and the advantages that unlocks for service delivery. And so it is incumbent upon all of us now to think through, what does this mean in our particular space? How do we mitigate risk? And most importantly, how do we make sure that we can reap the benefits of the reforms that are now underway? And so I think what will happen over time, and yes, of course, this won't be overnight, but certainly by the end of this administration, Home Affairs wants to deliver digital ID, wants to make sure that South Africans all have access to a smart ID, want to make sure that we've decentralized our services to massively improve access. And by the time we get there, I think the discussion is going to be a little different. The discussion may well be which institutions failed to seize the opportunity, which institutions failed to think big picture about what a more digital approach to government actually means for them. That's not about the IEC or about any specific organization. It is now a cross-cutting priority that we all need to really get on board with. And so I think investing now in the kind of conversations that the Chair has highlighted will stand the institution in good stead going forward. it will stand any institution in good stead to really explore this now. And I say so from my own perspective, seeing how the Department of Home Affairs, how the Border Management Authority, how the government printing works are grappling with similar questions. They have a different mandate, of course. But what does it actually mean for us in practical terms that we are now heading in this direction? And therefore, I'm really encouraged that the IEC in their space is confronting this, is really interrogating it, and make sure that they, within the broader ecosystem, are able to find their way forward, but also then contribute to that priority that the President has outlined, and that I think is slowly coming about in various spaces. So I think you can't really go wrong by investing properly in examining what this means for an institution at the heart of our democracy at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. I'm going to take two last questions before we get back to plenary. One question here and then two at the back. Let's start.
My name is very important. First, I think takeaways, particularly from the minister's presentation, I think the takeaways from the conversation, because I think I like the notion that there is a difference between the digital transformation versus digitization, which are ultimately about providing the services much more efficiently, much more reliably, much more accurately, which is what I think, and understand that's what the IEC is now trying to do with this concept, which logically means that one would expect that it's going to expand the voter turnout. But one would think, how do you respond to someone who says, it could expand it, but because of the nature of our country, is it not necessarily going to favor the young and urban voter and continue to keep the rural and the elderly voters further marginalized, because those are the challenges that we are currently having in the country. But also in the rural areas with issues of connectivity, which get worse and with the issue of load shedding that is just refusing to go away, with power goes of connectivity to bring all of those challenges. Of course, I don't want to blame that I must not limit the issue of e-voting to online voting, because there are other platforms as well. But the current challenges we have now with voting is that the rural voters, because of population sizes and how the issue of the ward demarcation is done, that we have a vast area in one areas compared to the areas where some voter might have to travel 10 to 20 kilometers to get to the voting station. But that work alone, the IEC seems to have left it to political parties to get the people to go and vote, as opposed to the IEC themselves taking. So how does the IEC now mitigate against those issues and make sure that even those people who might not necessarily have easy access to data, to connectivity, for economic reasons, but also for rural infrastructure reasons, how do you mitigate against those things and make sure that this does not leave anyone behind? Because I think one takeaway we can do, because one must think if we can get each and every registered voter to go and vote, which I think this is what is going to bring us closer to that, ultimately bring us a true democracy in terms of allowing everyone an opportunity to participate. But given these challenges and the state of our country, how do we then mitigate against those?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Minister, obviously we've seen the recent impact of budget cuts, especially the last election, the impact that had on the IEC. In those conversations surrounding obviously budget every year becomes more critical. And as the IEC, they often aren't able to advocate for themselves because of for that. Just so from your side, with those conversations, how do we make sure that we are advocating for the IEC without obviously with needing to weigh the necessary importance of the fiscal responsibility, but then how do you balance that to just make sure that further cuts don't harm the IEC and that, because we've seen first that the impact of that and further cuts could cause further damage later on.
Yeah.
Thanks. Let me take the last one before we wrap up. Thank you so much. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Go first, yeah. Thank you very much. So, just on that question, I think you're referring to having digital ID by 2029. So, the ability for people to have not only a version of their ID on a smart device, but also to be able to use that to then verify who they are. And that really is the big picture of what digital ID can offer us. And in that process, then, by having one secure central verification system that is based on biometrics, in other words, facial recognition or fingerprint, you can then plug government services into that so that you are able to bring those services online, but also, even if someone still goes to a SASA point to register, that they use this centrally secured, verified system to combat fraud and make sure that people are who they say they are. So that's really the space that digital ID can bring us to. Now, you mention issues of the digital divide. And I want to really emphasize this point from a Home Affairs perspective. This isn't an IEC question, it's a Home Affairs question. Home Affairs at the moment is resource constrained, like many government departments, of course. And we understand that reality. We're not kicking against it. We understand we have to operate within that reality. And in an environment of such fiscal constraint, it makes no sense that we spend so much of our resources dealing with routine cases where someone needs to renew an ID, where someone needs to go and collect a document. Now, what happens there is that it means that someone who could have used an app to order their new document, if it was through a digital system, or someone who could have gone to a bank branch, they are now standing in a queue. They are adding to the volume. And that holds us back from actually serving people who need it the most. So if we succeed in our mission to get smart IDs available across the country by leveraging what is already a very successful pilot project where you can get your smart ID through a bank branch, if we can get into every bank branch or into hundreds of bank branches, we are going to basically spread the load to such an extent that queues get shorter at Home Affairs, because you'll have people having options going to other places for these routine transactions. If we introduce delivery of documents, there will be people who would be actually willing to pay to have the document delivered. It takes them out of the queue. They don't go and stand in front of someone who woke up at 5 in the morning and has to travel all day to get there. We get them out of the system. And the whole principle behind this is to then effectively leverage those people who are digital natives or who use this technology easily to get them out of clogging up the system. Because then Home Affairs can finally do some of the really urgent and difficult work that I think gets far too little coverage in South Africa. What I'm referring to here are children who are not documented, children without birth certificates, segments of society that have never actually had access to Home Affairs services. If we can then reorient our resources to say, if you can use a phone, if you can go to a bank, if you can pay for delivery, then please go and do that so that we can actually free up our resources and go into rural communities, go into communities where children aren't registered, and have massive campaigns around actually doing that. So precisely for the resource constraint reasons that have been raised, we're spending our time largely on these routine cases. If we can reorient ourselves through technology, we actually will be able to serve people who are not included in the digital economy much more effectively than we currently do. And I think that's just a really important point to emphasize. Then lastly, I think on the question about, properly understanding what reform looks like in this space, I really cannot emphasize it enough. And again, it's a cross-cutting thing for any institution that is serious about this journey with technology. Your goal should not simply be to take an inefficient process where that exists, and I'll use again a visa process, it's a Home Affairs process, not an IEC one, but your point should not be to take a cumbersome and insecure visa process and make it digital but still cumbersome and insecure. You're not just taking the paper form and replacing it with an online page. You actually need to change. You actually need to transform in the process of moving from paper to online. And I think that is, if you look at the report from the IEC, countries where things have not gone so well when they tried this, that is perhaps one of the reasons why. Because you have to understand you're not just moving from keeping the system in the status quo. You actually want to improve the system in the process. So that's why I emphasized, for a voter, what matters is the long queue, for example. If you digitalize this process, but the queue is still just as long, you haven't actually transformed. Yes, you've replaced paper perhaps with a machine, but you haven't transformed the process. You haven't reformed it. And I think that is just my contribution to this discussion, is to make sure don't leave behind other aspects of reform that may not strictly be about technology, but which may create an environment of new bottlenecks where the outcome for the client, for the individual, for the person is not much different from what came before. And I think that's just a general lesson that we all need to keep in mind as we walk this journey, not only as individual institutions, but as a government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. As we close.
Let me just get this organized so that we do. I think even in the questions, we must accept that you may be asking questions that are pointed, that need a direct answer. There are certain things we would not be able to do immediately, but there are a few that we should answer very clearly. Sabelo raises the question of, are we not going to empower young persons in urban areas more than we do everybody else? The answer is a very clear no. We are not looking at, pockets of this. We are looking at the entire ecosystem, as the minister would have said. But we also have, hindsight that has brought us here. COVID forced us to go online. And I promise you, our voters' roll does not limit those who are registering online to young persons that are only urban. Yes, young, but it's young persons that find themselves predominantly on phones and they're able to use that technology. I use that as an example. What we are dealing with, and even the cost of this, it does not necessarily have to be the cost that the IEC will have to incur. It's an investment by this nation. If we have a good, a document management or way of managing identity that's secure and all of that, already it does a lot of good in the space that we work without us getting the money that must go to Home Affairs. It works better for a bank. It works better for security institutions. So there's an investment that must be made in this nation that all of us will benefit from. And I think it's important in this discussion. The issue of South Africa being unequal, it's true and very important to consider. But let's also look at what statistics tell us. We heard this morning that in 2023, it was estimated that up to 22 million people had smartphones and were using that capability extensively. We know that this doesn't, the use does not rise, in small bits. It is exponential. But I don't want to say because it will be exponential, it's good enough to go with it. We still need to find ways to work with everyone. There's an issue that you've also raised in terms of how do we mitigate a situation where some are more advantaged than others. An election in itself is an equalizer. Whether you are in a affluent suburb or in a rural village, we do not take it for granted that every one of the citizens that qualify for that franchise will do so in dignity, and we will seek to be that equalizer even as we move forward. Budget cuts. I think I've dealt with it in a way. It would not help to give the IEC a lot of money that must go elsewhere, as I've indicated. We really need to be talking. And Minister, I think here's a big issue. We may be starting this conversation and the Minister and us are sitting here. But it's a discussion that requires even industry, you know, the public sector. There are many things in the discussions that we have here which would be beneficial to them. And some of them would be willing to invest in those solutions. That's why it is important to have these discussions. The last one is I yearn for a time when we don't speak about urban and rural in terms of facilities that are available, but in terms of just the geography of what it is. You know, that I live in a rural area, we farm there, we do things very different from how people in urban areas live. But that the basic things we need for life and for living, we can all have. And this is what, you know, we are seeking to achieve, even with this discussion. There is no separate discussion we have for the urban and for the rural. We are looking at the kind of solutions that will help South African citizens to have access to those, you know, to that franchise for which many have given their lives for, and many have sought to make us live in a South Africa that is prosperous, that is good for all of us to live in, all in our diversity. That's really what we need to be focusing on. I think we've dealt with the questions.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson and Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. We'll be going back to the plenary. Those who want individual interviews, there's a team at the back that will schedule for you. Thank you very much. We have brought the presentation to an end. Thank you so much.
We need that. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Commissioner, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All of us.
Today, if it doesn't work, it basically means the public did not trust it, or the public did not engage in the system. And by the time we do it, I think we'll have a very good solution in our hand. There is also have to be social, political context in terms of the electronic management board, politicians, society, and all that. There's also another layer which is operational, technical, context, and all that. So probably that's why people like me come in, or come in, so that we can able to find a way of evaluating that particular solution. So this is basically iterating what is the strength of having an e-voting system and the limitations of having this e-voting system. But when you look at the limitation, it's something that we can 100%, I mean, from my home perspective, we can argument, right? We can argument the limitation to the advantage. So just try to, as much as possible, to mitigate that. And I think that's all I have for today. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Testing? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mudubi, for that. I think you really got us now thinking around what we need to ask around this research, who was spoken to as we were doing the research and who we considered, and who else we need to consider beyond what it is we were able to achieve. I'm going to sit in this chair. This floor is extremely slippery. I don't know, and I'm trying not to also fall as I walk across. So I'm going to start with you, Dr. Roberts, before we open for questions. Just take us back again. I think we need to just very succinctly tell South Africans, because we've now put this umbrella of e-voting in South Africa, and I think people need to very succinctly understand what is available, because the assumption that as you hear discussions is that I'm going to sit at home in my bed and just vote from my phone. And then people then start to talk about the digital divide. Now we're not ready. So people are also very fixated on when. So before we even discuss when that might happen, let's remind South Africans again, what are we talking about when we say e-voting, and what types could be available for our use?
There we go. Thanks very much. I think it's a really good question. There's not a single answer to that, and I think Dr. Mudupe's presentation reaffirmed that there's a spectrum, there's a set of typologies that we can draw on. Some of those might be a certain type of solution, it could be a hybrid solution. We have surveyed the public on this, and I think it's going to come out in the session later on that Drs. Gordon and Davids will present to. And it's certain parts of the society think particularly about sitting in the convenience of home, as you've said, an i-voting type solution, where they can just go on any device and cast their ballot that way. So that is certainly an image that, and a representation of electronic voting that quite a few South Africans have. Other forms are still coming to the voting station as is done now, and casting your ballot actually at the station using a digital device. And I think a lot of the solutions which are here on display speak to that set of typologies. So I think we're not locked, and I think that's why these dialogues are critically important. It's about thinking about what is the particular type of solution that's needed. Is it a single solution for the country? Is it a set of hybrid solutions? And these are the early stages of those kind of conversations. But I think it's crucially important to reflect on that and think about the diversity of our society. Again, returning us to the human perspective and what is required to ensure that some of the digital inequalities that already exist in society are not perpetuated through imposing a technical solution without sufficient voter education as well as civic and democracy education.
Thank you, Ben. And let me ask you, Dr. Tainsma. Dr. Ayodele spoke about how we need to use technology to enhance democracy. So we shouldn't see this as replacing what we're already using today, but how do we enhance our democracy in the way in which we encourage participation by all demographics of society?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Mo. And it's a very important point. We need to get people accustomed to participating in democracy. At the moment, they do so infrequently. They think it's only about voting. There's a lot of other aspects, and this is where civic civic education is more than just voter education. It's about sitting down and saying, the decisions that you make today, whether it is to participate or not to participate, will be felt in 10 years' time. We are borrowing money today to cover a budget that our generation, my generation, will not pay for, but my children's generation will. And these are implications that we have to sit down and look at from a broader human perspective. How do we teach people to understand that their actions today have consequences far further down the line than they can conceive at the moment? And I think that's where we sit down, and if you bring in technology, you bring that discussion to the forefront. Because democracy should actually be a discussion between our representatives as well as the people. It shouldn't just be a an infrequent benchmark test of what people think and who they're going to vote for. But it should actually be something that we have a constant dialogue. And it also will help underscore the key principles within the South African Constitution, where we are trying to promote a participatory democracy. And that is the key and the fundamental to it. Technology is a vehicle that will make that, in my mind, as long as it's secure and it's transparent, will make that possible more frequent and more efficiently. So I think that's where the technology comes in, and the adoption would be a great benchmark.
Okay. And Dr. Ayodele, you spoke about matching digital literacy with civic education. Can you just unpack that a bit more? Because you said it as part of your presentation, but I really took note of it and said we need to actually speak about the difference, or maybe how those things need to complement one another as we look into the future.
Thank you for your question. I'm just thinking about the best way to unpack it for you. And I'm going to go back to funny enough, a workshop that I attended run by the Cooperative Governance on the ABCD approach, which is asset-based community development. So cooperative governance uses that, is trying to basically push forward this approach for municipalities so they can think through how to get communities to understand the assets they have. Now, if we're thinking about it nationally, and we're thinking about it in terms of elections and also civic participation, how do you get people understanding that politicians work for you, the citizen? You know, a lot of people don't believe that they have any ownership. And, you know, the person running the workshop pointed out that the reason why a lot of communities burn down government institutions because they don't believe they own them. You know, they don't burn down a pub or a tavern. They don't burn down the mashonisa, but they're burning down the government buildings because they don't believe they own them. So what has to happen is that we have to start going back down to communities and through the ward councillors and saying, okay, well, here you are. Everything that's here, this institution, what's going to be built, how we spend money, it's yours. The politicians actually and officials are working for you. You know, you're not just a passive person. Once you've got that base right, the social base right, then you start bringing in the technological aspects. Say, okay, well, you can use this to vote to work faster. You know, as I had mentioned in my presentation, technology is there to strengthen the base. But if you, and in fact, the Honourable Minister had mentioned it as well, if you don't get that base right, the technology is pointless. It's a two-in-one.
And I think that's important, not that you're saying South Africans have better ownership of the shebeen down the street than the schools. I know that's not what you meant at all. But Dr. Mudupe, you spoke then about transparency. So Dr. Ayodele is talking about how we need to bring people along on the journey. And this is what this whole entire conversation today and over the next 3 days is about, bringing South Africans on the journey of a future-fit democracy, a technology-enhancing electoral system. But you stressed transparency and the need to train, the need to prepare the electorate to be able to participate, because ultimately anything that gets introduced must anchor itself on participation.
Yeah, thank you. I think the most important, I emphasize transparency, but transparency also comes from the perspective of engagement. Everybody that is seated here is using ChatGPT. Either to probably get the context of kind of letter you want to write, or either way. But the question is that when you look at ChatGPT model, it's all about even the information you yourself either through social media or anywhere, that you have been able to put in the digital footprint there. So one of the advantages of days of transparency, it's also about to increase participation of people. Because once there's no trust and you kind of outline what is inside that system for a technical person to see, to validate, and to evaluate, and for non-technical person to see that the way you're going to use my information is not going to abuse or be biased to myself and my society, then you are decomposing that you are working on that trust, right? So, there was a question, as I said, there was a question about ChatGPT. So the only thing is that everybody, which is an open AI solution, whatever, there was that query from the academic perspective. What data exactly did you use? How did you collect that data? How do you evaluate that data? Because this is the process of, what I talk about in my talk in terms of pipelining, that you have to let people be able to see. So you are doing less work by increasing that transparency and trust. By the time you have been able to explicitly outline what is the factor, where you collect your data, how that thing is being evaluated, people will voluntarily want to use it. Even despite the fact you will still have some that will not use it. I give you an example. My mom, several years I said, okay, let me go and open an account. The first thing she told me that, no, I can't go and give my my money to someone that doesn't know how I suffer. Do you understand? Up to today, she doesn't have a bank account. But once you can bring that transparency and explainability into whatever technicality that you are trying to, and try to decompose technicality. The purpose of AI is to help us. It's not an advantage. And we at this stage, we must be able to, how are we going to use AI to transform our society? And when you're bringing e-voting, it must be able to answer all these questions, that bias that the society have, you take it to them. So that's, I don't know if I answer your questions, but that's perfectly. What I can say about that.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take some questions, if I can get a show of hands. There are mics at your table, so if you do have a question, you'll just be able to press the mic there at the table and ask your question. Any takers? Thank you. I see 1, 2, I'll do 3 for now. Quick, brief, please do introduce yourself so that we know who else is in the room and then who your question is directed to. And then after that, we'll get the panelists to respond. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Program Director. I'm Honorable Jane Sibuleti Mananiso, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Security and Justice. And one would want to start by appreciating all the knowledge that has been shared here. And I must assure you that one is informed and liberated in terms of the knowledge or e-voting. But I want to ask IEC that today we are launching this publication, the policy discussion document. I want to check how ready are we, or do we have other documents that have been developed with indigenous languages? The reason why I'm asking so is because sometimes those who are marginalized and vulnerable is because of they feel that they cannot read in English or use English as one of the first languages. So they keep on being ignorant on that basis, that they are not doing things on their own indigenous language. So I want to check, as we are launching it today, do you have something that I can take in Mohlakeng to a person who speaks Tswana, Sezulu, isiXhosa, to say, this is what you must be ready for? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The gentleman with the yellow T-shirt.
Good afternoon, colleagues. The name is Bruce Nimrod. I'm representing the Patriotic Alliance. Allow me to thank the IEC and all stakeholders involved for facilitating this conference. And in the day and age that we are, it is actually welcome that we are considering migrating into an electronic voting dispensation. But that being said, I think the premise here should be said that embarking on any discussion or policy framework or regulatory processes that's going to give emphasis to what we actually want to embark on, that there must be an encouragement platform that we will invite participation from all political stakeholders. And we're going to take this just as an example that what transpired with the national and provincial elections and the outcomes there too. I think it would be prudent that we encourage that these platforms not only be made available to us as NPLC members. As we're sitting here, this discussion, and especially what was presented by the experts in the specialized field of expertise, it shifts a sort of thinking and a quantum that there's a legal process to this. There's a policy-making process to this, and us as NPLC members are not necessarily the right people to sit and have a technical discussion that would be misrepresenting what we are taking back to our principals, which are our NEC members. So I think, and I would suggest and recommend that there be clusters that will have discussions going forward, that when it comes to IT-specific topics, that there will be a working committee that is going to discuss that. If there are policy and research discussions, that we have the necessary expertise within our own parties that would be there, that would ask the relevant questions and understanding that they can take back to us. When we speak about the auditing platforms, we need to make sure that we have the specialists within our own organizations that understand the interface of our auditing works, that once the results are declared, we know that we were part of the process that mitigates and minimizes the lack of transparency or accountability, and that we don't have a situation that puts anyone at any disposition at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have our third question over there.
Yeah.
Please remember to introduce yourself as well.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Martin Ihembe from the University of Pretoria. I want to commend IEC for bringing this topical issue to the fore at a critical moment where the issue of electoral reforms is on the political agenda. My concern, I want to follow from what Dr. Thinsman said about elections. They do have political consequences. And if the electorate are not educated properly on the kind of choices they are going to make at the ballot, those consequences will reflect for good or for bad. Dr. Roberts, you did say something about digital inequalities, which is very, very, very important as the IEC considers the issue of electronic voting. Those in the rural area where technology is not up to speed, how do you intend to bring them on board when, if and when this is considered at the end of the day? It's good. Digital technology affords the electorate the opportunity to participate in the broader ecosystem of elections. But then those who don't have the opportunity to participate, how is this going to, kind of incorporate them in the process, in as much as technology has a liberating, spirit sort of on the part of the electorate? So my question is the inequality that you rightly mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to let Dr. Roberts answer that last question, and we're going to work our way backwards. Then I'm going to ask the CEO to please respond to the question around language and further socialization beyond where we have consulted. Dr. Roberts?
Yes, thank you for the three questions, all important. I think on the inequality theme, it's crucial to just re-emphasize a point that Dr. Madupe brought through quite clearly in his remarks, and that was around the time perspective. This is not something that you rush into. It's not something that happens within 6 months or a year. It's a multi-year, phased-in approach that's built on a lot of experimentation, consultation, piloting, evaluation, refinement. So we're not talking about the forthcoming local government elections. We're talking about quite a few years down the road. But we need to, if we are thinking seriously about this, we have to think about that full process and the hallmarks of what it needs. So I think that includes the public perspective, the kind of infrastructure, and that speaks to Dr. Teisma's inputs, which is the infrastructural needs and how we make sure that rural residents are not disproportionately disadvantaged through the implementation of technology in elections, and also by equal measure that older persons are not disadvantaged. And I think that's something that's got to be taken into account. It speaks to the different types of voter and civic and democracy education are needed. It speaks to also the engagements with political parties, independent candidates, and other key stakeholders in the ecosystem, and also making sure that the kind of key steps, it goes to the transparency point and making sure that there's proper buy-in to the solution that is adopted and the kind of evidence that's used to inform those choices that are fit the South African context.
Thank you. CEO, the question around how will somebody Kutsidila Mulomu in the Northwest understand what we're presenting here today, and where else we will be socializing and creating conversation around e-voting in South Africa?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. The Commission sees this as a process of engagement which must involve engagement with communities at municipal level, in the wards, as well as at provincial level. So we do take heed of what I think is advice from the side of the Select Committee, that as we do that, as we go down to provinces and municipalities and so on, let's have indigenous languages, a version of the discussion document in indigenous languages. I think it's a point well made and a point well received.
Thank you very much. There were 2 hands here and another 2 there. I think I'm going to take the 2 gentlemen there, the blue shirt, the floral shirt. Then I'm going to come to the lady that side, and I see one more hand. I'll do 4 people. I see you, I will come back to you. If we can start with you, sir. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Norman Fanamkonza from the NPLC, representing the ACDP. So my question is around the time for implementation. How much will be enough time to implement the e-voting? And then connected to that will be around training and development. So as you answer this, the time for implementation, the training and development should be included in that time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Bongani Baloyi. I'm representing Mkondo Sizwe Party. Let's appreciate the presentation and the studies, which is really going to assist us to inform or make informed contributions to the debate. I often find it quite interesting that from the point of departure, the most important stakeholder is often at the last end. And there's a very small pool of people consulted to form some sample pool that informs some considerations, and we don't often ask the people who are either eligible voters who are not registered to vote why they are not voting. And I suspect the answer might be the fact that it's not related to access, it's not related to technology, it might be related to the fact that they might not see the democratic dividends in the institution of politics and just basically voting and how things at the state of our country and local municipalities. So it might be the substance of government must be doing and not more so. And perhaps that's also why they prefer not to burn a ship-in and rather go burn some other public institutions, because those public institutions, according to them, may not be servicing their needs. And what is the point of supporting an infrastructural system that is actually not servicing your needs? So in the very same spectrum, you also find that we South Africans like to be early adapters of technology. Notwithstanding the material conditions and reality we face, that to make this quantum leap from where we find ourselves to this most ideal system, I mean, requires basic technological advancement and reliable, consistent supply of electricity, as an example. While today, there's a number of voting stations which rely on a generator to be functional. So I really think whilst we want to make this quantum leap, it must be informed by our reality and considerations of where we currently stand as a country. And also the issue of youth participation. I'm interested to get an understanding from the IEC. What has been the effect of the online registration platform? The effect to this extent, has it increased the number of total youth population that is registering on the system? Which then leads to the second question, when they have to turn out to vote, and if the two speak to each other. I think it's also important to get that quantitative and understanding from that regard, because it informs the types of steps that we need to take going forward. And I think the point I want to impress quite a lot is the fact that we must not, as a point of departure, engage in these very sophisticated and important conversations outside of the majority of our people. And I think we must get into the habit of asking our people first, before we come with assumptions to inform and frame the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Sayani Ranganga from University of Pretoria. Part of the work that I do a research on misinformation detection on multilingual languages for South Africa. So as the panel was going through the discussion, it sparked my mind that if we are going through the digitization and e-voting, this is going to spark a whole lot of discussions on social media, where now the public is going to talk about the security, they're going to talk about possibility of hacking, and so forth. And this is going to now lead to the spread of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation on social media. So some of these efforts are going to actually now lead to some bots that can be controlled to actually spark the increase of this spread of disinformation during this period of voting. So my question and my suggestions are, can we take a deeper look during the election period, specifically on this issue of detection of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation? Or perhaps, can we have a place where now the media can go and verify what they're consuming? Perhaps like a platform where now whatever I get from social media, I can actually post and get a reference or an indicator, is this true or not, before consuming it and now sway the outcome of certain votes. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I take the gentleman behind you, and then I'm going to come to you, Mama, with the black and white blouse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Mashilu Modiba from the University of South Africa. I'm a student of AI. Well, perhaps let me start with just a comment on the issue of digital divide. I think what IEC can do can be to utilize the public libraries we have in communities as a way of providing access to people in the rural communities, because they are closer to public libraries. They can even use the schools to set up their systems to allow people within the communities to actually have access to voting stations. But for me, colleagues, I went through the policy a bit, the policy discussion document. You talk digital technology, you talk AI, the speaker talked about blockchain technology again. But to me now, this goes a little bit beyond the concept electronic voting, because for me, electronic voting is an electronic system that is not even internet-based, which means you can have a system in a voting station and people come and vote from there. But based on the presentation and what I see in this particular policy, talks more on digital voting, because here we talk about people voting remotely, utilizing internet. So I want us to be careful with the concepts that we are using, whether we are talking about electronic voting or the I-voting, what is the difference? And when will we be ready as a country to start engaging practically and academically about e-voting? The challenge, colleagues, that we find ourselves in as a country is that we always discuss and want to implement things late. When people were talking about the fourth industrial revolution, we start somewhere. How far are we with the fourth industrial revolution? Now, developed countries are no longer speaking the fourth. They are already on the fifth industrial revolution. Others talking the sixth industrial revolution. Are we not delaying ourselves by engaging on technologies of the third industrial revolution? And that's where I classify electronic voting. But contrary to what colleagues spoke about, contrary to what policy discussion document spoke about, maybe we need to reconsider the concept that we are using in this fifth industrial revolution. I will pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that pause. If I can get that last question.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just one moment. There's one person behind you. I will definitely come back to you. Yes, you ma'am, with the mic, next to Lucky, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Tandi Nontenja from United Democratic Movement. My first question is, what is the target that's set for this to start? Let's say, do you reckon that 2029 elections or local government after 2029, what is the setup date? And also to say, what is the plan of piloting this? Would it be started at a by-election or local government, or it will just shoot to NPE? The issue of the rural areas, the illiterate, elderly that were born before technology, persons with disabilities. This is also considering that some of the provinces in this country are made up of these groups that I've just mentioned now, especially the rural areas. Would you say it would be effective in those areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please remember when you are posing a question to let me know who you're directing it to. Otherwise, I'm working overtime, but I've assigned your questions. Just let's work together. And I'm also appreciating, thank you to Dr. Roberts. I'm appreciating that there are also solutions coming from the floor, just like the gentleman there from UNISA, because this is a process of us all discussing and adding our voices, using our different skills, experiences, and backgrounds to influence the trajectory of where this will end up. I will start again from the bottom. I think it's very important for us, Dr. Roberts, to speak about persons with disabilities and how this impacts them or enhances their ability to still be able to have an independent and secret vote.
Yes, thank you. Those are, again, equally important questions have come through. I think on persons with disabilities, I think it is part of the technology needs to look at particularly how it meets their specific requirements at voting stations, or even if an I-voting solution is the one that's proposed for the country, that it suits the way that they interface with the technological solution. We know that in recent years, and members of the Commission can probably speak to this, that persons with disabilities represents an important sort of special needs group for electoral planning, electoral operations. And I think that's come through in, for instance, with designs around universal ballot templates and so on, trying to make it more accessible. Could more be done? Of course. And can the technology help with that? I think there is a lot of potential, and I think it's been mentioned, it's in the report, and I think some of my colleagues will speak to some of those points a bit later as well. So I think it can play a clear role, not just with persons with disabilities, but also with different literacy levels.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Ayodele, I think the gentleman asked about, or he broke down for us and reminded us of the various types of voting that we're talking about. And I think you did that quite clearly yourself and Dr. Roberts at the beginning. But he's asking us, we're coming into things late at times. He's talked about third industrial revolution, technological revolution and fourth industrial revolution and all of that stuff. Where are we, in South Africa, and what, in terms of looking at the types of technologies that we are assessing, where would that sit?
Thank you for the question, Chair, and thank you for the question from the audience. That's a very difficult question to answer. And
we ask difficult questions here.
But I think what's the most important to keep in mind is that we need to get the legislative environment right first. There's processes to go through. It'll be wonderful to just jump ahead and say, okay, we have this idea, go forward, but we need to get the legislation right, and we also need to protect people. If you hurry up and start implementing things, that's when implementing technological solutions, that's when you're opening up abuse of citizens, and that's not the point. The point is to make things better and easier for South African citizens and to help them to engage with the democratic processes in a much simpler fashion. And for that, you need to have the framework right first.
I think I can add to what she said. To that question, I think we're already in e-voting. Because, there was a presentation this morning that talks about allowing people to register on the internet or to register online registration. So we're getting there. But I think the discussion here is about how do we now enhance that approach that will be able to incorporate the citizen, those that are probably biased about it and all that, and give them an opportunity to able to exercise their civil rights. So we're basically there, but the question here is that how do we align with our policy to make sure that whatever we're going to do or we're proposing from here also align with the policy, also enhance the system and ensure that the system is safeguarded and transparent to the people. Because the core things about here, it's about people itself. So it's not about the system, but it's about people to increase more participation. For me, I think we're already there. We should not be looking at this as a high voting. What is high voting? It's in-person participation. But in voting, we're saying the high voting can also be inclusive in e-voting. That's why I talk about
public or the electorate after the fact. Now, having had a look at the research that we've done and also taking into consideration the public surveys that the IEC also conducts, that being the voter participation survey ahead of each election, as well as the election satisfaction survey on the day of election itself, I see this as a build-up on some of the research that we have done and the direct public consultation and research and surveying. How do you see it?
I agree, but I also want to caution just a little bit. We seem to think that South Africa's youth participation is particularly low and it's an anomaly. It isn't. Young people around the world do not participate in democracy, by and large. And that has been a problem for generations. Why, if we can solve that problem, that would be great. And part of it is bringing the youth on board with participation surveys, but also now trying to reach them using digital platforms, reach them where they are and where they research and where they spend their time. You also have to realize that all of us are in an entirely different generation to all of those young people. So we have to try and that's where the surveys that the IEC are doing, is trying to sit down and say, where do those kids live? Where do they work? How do they operate? Because it's not the same as the way I do anymore. I've never felt this generation divide quite like I do now. We have to try and figure that out. So I think the IEC is doing a really, really good job. I think universities can do a much better job. Academics can support your work and maybe even take it in another direction. There was a question here from a colleague from my institution about disinformation and misinformation. This is a key problem we need to tackle, we need to understand. Because going up against misinformation with simply fact and saying that this is fact is not good enough. We need to sit down, we need to look at being more careful and more strategic in the way we do these kinds of rollouts. And we can't do that without understanding young people and how they operate and how they think. So we need to do more.
Thank you very much. Mayor BT, I think that's you there, yes. And then we'll have the gentleman here, then there's somebody behind you, I see, and another hand there. So that's 4, that'll be the last 4, okay, 5, oh dear. No, my IEC colleague, I don't know if you're waving or raising your hands to ask a question.
You've not been looking at our side.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we'll start 1, 2, and then 3. There's a new hand now. 4. Okay, 4. And then I'm gonna come 5. 6. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's good.
It's growing.
You've not been looking at us. That's the problem.
Okay, sorry. I'm a bit blinded by the light on this side. Forgive me. Okay, let's start with you, Mebiti.
Thank you, Chair. My name is B.T. Hofmeyer. I'm the Party Liaison Committee representative for the African National Congress. I was very excited to come here and to hear how easy it all sounded. To quickly vote from wherever you are, lying in your bed, whatever. But I want to just echo what Dr. Modupe said, that we have to not rush too much, that it takes time to make a change. And we must remind ourselves that the system that we have now has got serious advantages as well. The most important one is that it is very open. Any party can have a party agent in the voting station. They'll see what happens with the ballots. They'll observe the counting of the ballots, the spoiling of the ballots, whatever. And at the end of the day, it's very difficult to not accept the result, because parties have been part of overseeing it all the way along the way. And in 13 elections we have never had an objection that actually overturned a result except in one by-election. So transparency and simplicity for the voters, but transparency for the parties to accept the result even when you lose is very, very important. I think that this digital divide, we cannot overemphasize it. When we introduced the voter management devices, the areas where there were problems were areas where there were more poor people, more rural people, more people living in informal settlements, but areas where people stood in queues for hours and hours and hours and the machines did not work. Doesn't matter why it did not work. It could be human error, anything like that. But that is something we brought in with the IEC, with legislation to make the elections easier, faster, better. We have to fix that machine or the connectivity or whatever the problem was before we bring another machine that is even more superior and even more complicated to sort out when it goes wrong. The other thing is that I think all of us can accept something like a hybrid system as long as it does not discriminate against some voters. If all people in middle-class areas can vote from their beds, but everybody else has to still go and stand for 8 hours in a queue, then it is not a fair election. So, and the last issue is just that we need to look at the cost in the long term. It's very expensive to run elections. But it's also very expensive to go the Irish route and buy election voting machines and never use them because something else went wrong or a court case stops you or whatever can go wrong. So sometimes simplicity and coming from Noah's Ark is not the end of the world, as long as it gives you an election that we can all believe in. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. If we can keep our comments sweet and short, we've just got about 10 minutes left, if not less. Can I, because I apparently was discriminating, I want to start with the lady with the red jacket, then I'll come back to the hands that I saw on this side. Is there a mic on your table?
Thank you very much. Tabisa Faye from the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. I have a comment to start off with, perhaps a suggestion. I note that a lot of what was discussed, circles around trust and cybersecurity and blockchain and so on. There are a couple of other regulators that are actively working on this, and they formed a regulators forum. I suggest that the IEC, along with all the researchers that are working on this great work, involve these regulators and take them on board quite early on. I'm quite glad that we are here at the discussion document phase, and so there is still quite a long way. It's probably the only time I'm glad that policy takes a long time to kick into action, because then there's an opportunity for us as the regulator to come in. But it's also given us some thought in terms of how do we expand our scope in ICT and digital technologies, because now we need to start thinking, if we are going to be doing electronic voting or digital voting, whatever term we decide to use at the end, then we need to start thinking about expanding the scope. Social media is a huge driver of information. And so we need to start looking at how do we regulate that information on that, and the information regulator needs to come to the table on this one as well. My question is to Dr. Heather. You mentioned quite, and I think it's come out quite a lot in the questions before me, around digital literacy. And in our space, we use a blanket term called digital inclusivity. And what I would like us to put our hands up to is to say, how do we put our minds together as the ICT regulator and DCDT, the policymaker, in meeting you in trying to bridge that gap of digital literacy? I think that's where we can play the most important role, and I think this is going to solve a lot of the concerns that are coming up around the room this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Already beginning collaborations, I love it. There's a hand there. Okay, I'll come back. Let me just ask the gentleman. Then I'm going to come this way. I'll like you just hold that hand for me. Then I'm going to come this way. Otherwise, I'm going to forget all the other people who raised their hands. So a question there. Then there was a question in this block, and then this block as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Peter Den Akker, NPLC member representing the Freedom Front Plus. Obviously, as we sit here as political parties in this area, it is our responsibility and our purpose to go and get people to vote for us. It's our job to make sure people vote for us. Whether it be youth, whether it be in the most remote area, that's our job. We want votes. The IEC should enable people to vote. So while we are here discussing this, we need to take hands to get every person possible to go and vote. Now my question is, in doing this study, why, and you've presented the number of people you and organizations you had discussions with, what was the reason why you've not included political parties, and why did you not have interviews with political parties in doing this study? Thank you.
As a journalist, I've been trained that sometimes if you see a gap in information, it's very important to clarify it as soon as possible. And some of the questions have been quite lengthy, so I just want to maybe get those questions answered, if you will allow. Dr. Roberts, if you can just take, especially starting from the last question.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I think it's an important question. I think the political parties are a particularly vital stakeholder for this in terms of the sort of transparency and buy-in, and ultimately the integrity of a system. Alongside the voters, the parties themselves have to believe in the credibility of this. And I think it goes back to BT's question as well about, you know, the current system and its relative advantages, and particularly from a political party standpoint. So I think the discussion document is the beginning of a consultation process. It's not the end. And I think there's got to be a whole lot of engagements, not only through the NPLCs, but also with a range of parties on different levels, along the lines of what was discussed a little earlier. So I think we mustn't think that you've been excluded. It's really just the hallmark, the beginning of an early part of the consultation. This discussion document is a living document. It's not final by any means. And so the process of consultation that the Commission's executive spoke to this morning is still to happen, and it's going to have feedback and a bearing on the content going forward. Yeah.
So this is the proposal, it's not the marriage yet. Okay. The gentleman behind Commissioner Mashinini, and then I'm going to come to you, Lucky, if I can ask you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to have corrected the blind spot. We have been trying to attract your attention. My name is Zwelim Kize. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on COCTA. So I think this discussion is very, very interesting. But I must say, from what I'm listening, it looks like we've still got a long way, probably a lot of work to do before we can get the legislative amendment that we're talking about. I think they will be looking at changing, amending section 37, 38, 39, that talks about the procedure of voting. Now, from where we sit, there are three areas which I would like this process to look into. It's already included in the way that you are looking at it. Firstly, the issues that are going to be a major challenge are administrative inefficiencies or efficiencies. How is the process of conducting election being managed by the IEC? So those long queues that the minister spoke about, those issues, I think they're very, very important, because that's where the criticism of anything new is going to come from in relation to why we should be changing when we haven't corrected the old simple things. So that's the one area. The second area is the area which is based on what I should call social dynamics, which is around the technical choices that we have to make, whether it's electronic voting system or voting machine or internet voting and all of that. A lot of research in the appropriate technological solution has to go in there and received as much as possible as to what we need and what we don't need, based on a number of factors: levels of education, what we call digital literacy, if that's how we would call it, use of technology, digital divide, the area of how in some of the areas there's no connectivity and so on, and how people don't even understand the situation. Is it going to be a touch screen? Is it going to be what? All of those things, by the time we do the proposed amendment, that must be clear, because that issue is what everyone is going to be focusing on as to whether it's appropriate or not. And I think it's more a technical advice that's going to help us to take us through that. But the larger one, which I think is a bigger aspect, is the political considerations. On these ones, this is where you're going to be taken to Constitutional Court to strike down the amendment based on a number of issues. I think if you see from what you've given, a very interesting research you've done, you've shown that some countries have just gone straight to do pilots, others have just gone and started the process with incremental approach. And the results have not been the same. In some areas, people started well, there was no problem, and then later dynamics arose. In some instances, they went well, they thought everything was fine, like Namibia, but the court struck them down on the basis of lack of transparency, unverifiable audits and all of that. Now, that issue is going to be our biggest problem. It's going to come from the fact that there's an issue of trust, and the NGOs and political parties, the ones that are here, need to be your first group of partners that you have to work with, because in the last election, you didn't just have questions on the media and outside the media, but you had even court challenges. that raises the issue of trust. And in this case, the fear of manipulation is what everybody's going to be paranoid about. And that is where we need to focus. But you do that once you have sorted out the technical issue. But here, a lot of issues have to be looked at. When people are talking about fraud, now I come from a province of KwaZulu-Natal. We could show evidence of fraud in a number of instances in 1994. It had a political decision not to continue taking that matter to court. People are not really saying that you'll have someone who's got 5 gadgets who's going to vote 5 times or whatever, suspicion of that, or that the political party is going to bring people and recycle them and all of that. They also don't trust the staff. In this case, when they were showing us, ballot papers that were not folded and all of those issues, this was actually aspersions cast on the staff. So these issues are going to come back at this level. What I've seen that in your reports as well, the courts are talking about the transparency, which is not based on expert skills, where ordinary people can be able to see that this process has been done properly. Those are some of the issues that I think are going to be quite important. So my point to you is that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's no doubt that we'll end up with this whole electronic voting at the end. As to where that end is going to be, nobody can tell. So, but I'm saying that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Please factor us in, because the issue of amending this legislation is going to be big on consultation, and that's what we need to really focus on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkhize. Dr. Roberts and the team are taking notes, and we will definitely be looking into all of those comments. Can I take that hand, Lucky?
Hi. Okay, so my name is Botlhale Ramotwala from the University of Cape Town. My question is directed to Dr. Mudupe and Dr. Tainsma. I hope I said that correctly. You guys mentioned a lot about the youth participating in elections and so forth. I'd like to believe that this isn't an issue of the youth not necessarily wanting to participate, but there isn't anyone from the higher parties that are in charge to liberate these students, right? I believe that this is an event whereby you guys could have reached out to universities, invited SRC members to come and learn more about your electronic voting system, so that when they go back to the universities, they are able to liberate students more about it, right? And then I think it was Dr. Mudupe that mentioned something about using the SRC to liberate students more about electronic voting. How do they expect the SRC to liberate students when there are crises going on at universities and there is no one from the higher parties that actually extends a hand to the SRC to help students? For example, I'm going to use the University of Cape Town right now. We've had an ongoing issue of housing crisis and fees crisis. I believe this was all over social media and it is being blatantly ignored. So if there was someone from higher parties to reach out to these students and actually do something about this, I believe that students would be more interested in participating in elections, because this is not about them not wanting to participate, but them being told that something is going to be done and it actually not being done. So what do we think about actually working hand in hand to do something so that students or the youth are actually more motivated to participate in elections and so forth? And then Dr. Tainsma mentioned that...
Let's wrap it up.
Oh, yes, sorry, I will.
No, you can be quick, just...
Okay, Dr. Tainsma mentioned that universities should be doing a better job, but then what did they do to reach out to these universities to tell them more about all of this?
Okay. Fantastic. We're very quickly running out of time. It's already lunchtime, so I really do need to wrap it up. I'm going to take the gentleman over there. Ooh, whenever I hear a murmur, I'm just like, I'm getting into trouble. The gentleman over there, and then I'm coming, you are the last one. There was one last, but okay, there. And that will be it. We are here for 3 days. Please, let's do engage, but we need to bring this session to a close and allow our panelists to also respond even to comments. So if I can come to you, then this gentleman with the cap over here, then I'll come to you, sir, in the second row.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Burt, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Election Systems and Software. We are the largest electronic voting machine manufacturer in the United States. And my question is for anyone on the panel, and it's very basic, very simple. Hopefully I'm not the only person in the room who does not know the answer to this question, but we'll find out soon. Why is South Africa interested in adopting electronic voting? Is it a fundamental belief that e-voting is more accurate? Is it a fundamental belief that e-voting is more efficient? Is there something severely broken about the current system? What is the main motivation for being interested in adopting electronic voting?
Thank you very much. Gentleman with the cap, and then we'll come to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Colin Thakur. I was here in 2013, and I'm getting a sense of deja vu because I presented the first electronic voting research in this country, in this particular venue. I would like to propose that we need a roadmap of achievable, measurable, actionable, small steps, very small steps. We know that the IEC cannot even experiment or trial with e-voting right now. If we are going to go to a green paper, I would suggest that at the very minimum, we need our politicians to support that change in the law to allow them to do that. We know that longer ballot papers are becoming more complex, will result in more spoiled papers, and will actually mitigate against people from voting because of the fear of the size of that, particularly to illiterate voters. Longer ballot papers also cost more money, so that will be bridging the gap between the costs, between the perceived costs of electronic voting and ballots. Now, building trust is a journey, it's a process, it's not an event. So we need some non-political e-participation methods to start advancing this particular cause. And somebody mentioned, the digital divide. I respectfully suggest that if we have a digital divide, it's not addressing voter apathy. It's just giving them a device. So they're going to boycott your paper, they're going to boycott your application as well. Lastly and finally, again, I'm talking about a practical step. School governing boards in this country is the third largest electoral system, national, provincial, and then local and then school governing boards. It provides us with all the socio-economic conditions, it provides us with the urban-rural context, it gives us rich contextual information to start implementing, trialing with e-voting systems in the schooling system, and it will give us the contextual knowledge and research that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but definitely not least, you may ask your question, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. My point is just of emphasizing, taking from what the minister said about his experience. I was about to ask whether these systems can run parallel, but with the answers that have been coming forth, it is possible. So what I want to emphasize to the IEC, specifically looking at the rural areas, is that it's like when a new fashion comes in, we forget about the today. What has been good for us is to say what is currently applicable should not be forgotten. Instead, it should be improved on. If you were to take what Dr. Mutupi said about his all cautions, it should be taken along, be improved, so that we don't get taken by the e-voting and then we forget what has been good for us now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the panelists to respond. We've had a mix of questions and comments and suggestions, recommendations, and even hands up on collaborations. I'm giving you each just a minute to please just do your responses, but as well as closing comments. I think some of the comments and questions were similar. If you can just start with you, Dr. Roberts, and we'll finish with you, Dr. Tainsma.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the recurring themes that's come through this session is about process and procedure, and I think that some of the comments, recent new comments, speak to that, whether it's Prof. Takur or some of the political parties. It's about the small steps that we have to take on this journey towards the end that we're talking about. As Dr. Mkhize said, irregardless of how long it takes to get us to that end, we have to start the journey, even if it's baby steps. And I think the kind of testing that's needed, whether it's SGB elections or other forms, are what's needed. We need evidence, and evidence in not going straight into a national or even a local government election. It's about small experiments that need to take place to allow us to get evidence and adapt and refine our thinking, together with the consultations that have to take place.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Building on what Dr. Roberts says, and also responding to our colleague from UCT, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but UNISA, being one of the biggest universities in the country, actually has an e-voting process. And there's a lot to learn from that, not just for universities, but for the country. So when we're thinking on piloting, universities are the one. And in terms of also political party participation, instead of asking the panel what the political parties are doing, you need to ask the political parties themselves, what are they doing in the universities? Are they making sure that everybody understands what they need, how to participate in the democratic processes in their environment? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mudubi.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Yeah, I think what I want to say in terms of what the panel say, maybe I'm not in a position to say this, but I think from my own understanding, I would say, just like what we have heard from the minister today, that we're moving from paper ID card to digital ID. And when you look at that, there are a lot of limitations, security reasons, and all those kind of a thing that make the country to be able to determine that, okay, that is why we want to do this. In terms of fraud and all that, you can list it. So the question remains is that the environment that we find ourselves today is still about debating it, throwing out to the civil society, to the politicians and everybody to come on board and let us now determine if that is the way forward for us. Because the bottom line that I said earlier is basically to be able to reduce direct human control in the system. You have a system, there's always a process, right? That you have a system. When you're designing system, there's always that hierarchy. At every particular hierarchy, do we have a solution to validate what you are taking into the system and what the system is giving out? That is the most important thing. Once that particular things can be audited and be transparent, then 100% you should be expecting a trust from the society, because they are part of the participants in evaluating that solution. That's why I said in my presentation, you have a computer, you can define a computer as input, process, output. We are the input. That input that you're giving in, how do you evaluate it? Is that evaluation transparent? Right? Is there a way we can audit it? And is there a way that it can be explainable? It can be explained for people to give their own input into it. And at the same time, we can reconfigure the process to meet their need. Once they meet their need, can we go back to them also to be able to say, okay, fine, this is what you say. We've implemented it. This is the result. That back and forth. So that's number one. Secondly, what I was talking about in terms of giving an example of SRC is actually one of the audience talks about to say, we have this system. There are so many multiple ways in which we can test it. One of the examples that the audience was giving, the school governing board, because these are also part of the society. Can they also test it within their own, whatever they are doing? Can we get a result from there? Because that's also an input itself that we can able to use to evaluate the system. They are part of the society. They will throw it back to the side. I try it, and it works. It's fine. One bias or misinformation about the system has been disputed. So it's about people getting the solution, testing themselves, reconfigured it to be able to ensure that maybe this system were able to disable my bias or not. Okay. And we take it from there. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in closing, if you could, Dr. Tainsman, also speak around why South Africa would want to even try e-voting. What is broken?
Wow. Okay, thanks. And I'm well aware that I'm standing between you and lunch. But firstly, before I get to, I have to just think about that. Thank you very much for the volunteer collaboration to our friends at ICASA. Definitely going to take you up on that. I think there's some important things that we can learn. On the colleague from the UCT, I take your point. I teach political science students, and the last time I went into our undergrad class, I asked how many students, and bear in mind this is second-year political scientists who are majoring in political science. This is their career and their choice. I said, how many of you are registered? Out of a class of 300, maybe 30 put their hands up. That's something we can't deal with. That's not an IEC problem in terms of platforms. That's a problem, excuse me, that's a problem with political parties and civil society not getting through to students, not getting through to the youth. The next question is, I presided, University of Pretoria uses an electronic system for their SRC elections. Turnout for that was very low last year, and I mean really low. Why? These are people who are representing students at this structure within a university, their immediate needs. Why do they not vote? This is a much bigger question we have to sit down, a much, much bigger nut we have to crack. And that's why more of us have to get involved with it. So it's not one person's fault, but we have to grapple and understand it. And that's why I'm saying it's a much more detailed setup. As to why we should do it, it's a good question. I was in the last elections in Gambia, and it's interesting, I don't know if anybody here knows how they vote in the Gambia. They have a very high illiteracy rate, very high. So they vote using marbles. It's the most incredible thing to watch. It really is. You sit there and you think you're going back in time, but you're actually going forward in time. Because the transparency is there. This is not an e-tech, whatever, it's just marbles. It is the most fascinating thing. But we need to sit down, and to answer your question, we need to make sure that we have a system that is efficient, that is up to date, and that is transparent and also secure. And that's what I get on board when we start talking about adopting a digital system. But you're right, we need to pause. We need to figure out what's going wrong now, although nothing really, because we haven't had those major disruptions within an election cycle. Yeah. But we need to sit down and see how we can improve for the next generation. We can't sit here and say, we'll kick it down the road 10 years down the road. That gentleman there wrote the report in 2013. It's 11, 12 years ago. Where are we? So we have to evolve.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. We must begin the conversation now in order to be ready for the future. Thank you very much to our panelists. If you can give them a round of applause, please. Lunch will be served in the room just behind us there. So as you exit the doors, you will be guided to where lunch is. In that room, we also have our exhibitors, and we invite you to please engage with the exhibitors of the various technology, so that some of the questions that have also been coming up, you will also be able to be engaged on with some real evidence in front of you. Thank you very much for participating. Let us be back at exactly 2 o'clock, since I've eaten up your lunchtime. 2 o'clock, please. The next session will begin back in this plenary room. Thank you.
morning. So, is it the future of elections, or are the risks of e-voting too great? We'll explore the challenges facing e-voting, its technical and infrastructural hurdles, and how different countries have approached its implementation with mixed results. By weighing the advantages and the drawbacks of e-voting, we'll aim to better understand whether e-voting is a viable solution or a risky experiment for the South African electoral process. So briefly to reiterate and re-emphasize what was discussed this morning, in 2023 as the HSRC, we the digital divide, again, strongly touched upon earlier on, and public skepticism. It emphasizes the need for robust security measures, transparent processes, and ongoing public engagement to address these concerns. So, one of the questions that was asked is whether there is a case for e-voting in South Africa. So let's now explore if there is indeed a compelling case for the adoption of electronic voting, considering several key factors. One is that e-voting can provide fast, seamless tabulation, leading to quicker election results. One of the primary advantages of e-voting is the speed with which results can be processed. Unlike paper-based ballots, which require time-consuming manual counting, electronic systems allow for instant tabulation. This means that voters can receive results almost immediately after polls close, increasing transparency and reducing the anxiety associated with waiting for election outcomes. Secondly, it reduces the number of unintentionally spoiled ballots due to the clarity of electronic interfaces. E-voting systems are designed with user-friendly interfaces that minimize the likelihood of mistakes. With paper ballots, voters can accidentally spoil their vote by marking the wrong box or failing to follow instructions correctly. Electronic voting systems simplify this process, guiding the voter clearly through each step and reducing human error. This results in a more accurate reflection of voter intentions. Thirdly, e-voting could mitigate low voter turnout, particularly among young people who find paper-based voting tedious. In many countries, voter turnout, especially among younger generations, has been quite low. Young people who are accustomed to using digital technologies in their daily lives often find traditional paper-based voting methods cumbersome and outdated. By offering an electronic alternative, we may encourage more young voters to participate, engaging them in a democratic process in a way that feels familiar and convenient to them, which is again something that I was touched on during this morning's discussions. Additionally, young voters prefer shorter election periods, which e-voting streamlines by automating processes. Another factor to consider is the preference among young voters for shorter, more efficient election periods. E-voting can streamline the entire electoral process by automating key tasks, such as voter registration, ballot casting, and results tabulation. This allows a more efficient system that caters for the fast-paced, time-sensitive lifestyles of younger citizens. In the medium to long term, e-voting is regarded as economically viable, requiring fewer resources than paper-based voting. So from an economic standpoint, electronic voting is seen as a more sustainable and cost-effective solution in the long run. While there are initial setup costs associated with the technology, e-voting requires fewer resources in terms of paper, personnel, and infrastructure. In time, this could lead to significant savings for government, allowing those funds to be better allocated elsewhere. Lastly, on this slide, e-voting machines can be configured for various electronic interfaces, addressing challenges such as illiteracy and visual impairments. One of the most important advantages of e-voting is its ability to be tailored to meet the needs of a diverse voter population. E-voting machines can be configured with different electronic interfaces, making them more accessible, for example, to people with visual impairments. Again, something that was touched upon this morning, which is a very important consideration to ensure the inclusivity of the process. Additionally, these systems can be designed with simplified instructions or even voice guidance, making them inclusive for people who might struggle, again, with literacy. Therefore, while the transition to e-voting may present challenges, there are several strong arguments in its favor, from faster election results to increased voter engagement and greater accessibility. E-voting has the potential to significantly improve the electoral process. So as we look at the state of South Africa's electoral system, there are several challenges that need to be addressed to ensure a more efficient and accessible process. One of the main concerns is the increasing complexity of ballot papers as we witnessed in the 2024 general elections. As more political parties contest elections, the ballots themselves have become lengthier and more cognitively demanding for voters. With an ever-expanding number of parties and candidates, voters are required to make more decisions, which can lead to confusion, fatigue, or errors when casting their vote. This complexity can undermine the simplicity and accessibility that elections ideally require, particularly for first-time voters or those with limited education. So in light of these challenges, electoral reform becomes a necessity. The diversity of political parties and the rise of independent candidates have added layers of complexity to the design of ballots and the overall election process. As the number of parties continues to grow, so too do the costs associated with designing, printing, and distributing ballots. This complexity increases logistical challenges, putting further strain on electoral bodies. Reform is needed, not only to simplify the system, but also to make it more efficient and cost-effective in the long run. Another significant issue, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that the IEC has not yet conducted any pre-tests or pilot studies for electronic voting, which means we still lack a full understanding of its potential benefits and challenges in the South African context. While there has been growing interest in the idea of e-voting, there has been no thorough testing to evaluate how it would perform in South Africa's unique electoral environment. However, it is worth noting that some universities in South Africa have already begun experimenting with e-voting, as discussed this morning. These pilot projects have provided valuable insights into the feasibility of digital systems and how they could be adapted for use in national elections. So as we continue to grapple with these challenges, it is clear that substantial reform is needed to keep us with the changing political landscape and to ensure that all South Africans can participate in a system that is both accessible and efficient. So when considering the implementation of e-voting, it is essential to address technical and infrastructural challenges that can significantly impact the effectiveness and accessibility of such a system. One of the foremost considerations is the technology infrastructure. For e-voting to function smoothly and optimally, it requires a robust and reliable technological framework. This includes ensuring the availability of high-speed internet, that is for internet voting, sufficient bandwidth and access to electronic devices, such as voting machines or personal devices for voters. In a country like South Africa, where infrastructure can be unevenly distributed, ensuring that all polling stations are equipped with the necessary technology poses a major challenge. Additionally, the system must be able to handle the loads of millions of voters casting their ballots in real time without causing delays or errors. One of the significant issues also discussed this morning was the digital divide, which simply refers to the gap between those who have access to technology and those who do not. While many South Africans are familiar with smartphones and internet-based services, there is still a large portion of the population that lacks access to reliable internet or even basic digital literacy. For these individuals, electronic voting could become an exclusionary barrier, making it more difficult for them to participate in the democratic process. Addressing this digital divide could require not only improving access to technology, but also providing education and support to ensure that all voters are capable of using the e-voting systems effectively. We also touched on public trust, which is another crucial aspect when it comes to the adoption of e-voting. For an electronic system to be widely accepted, voters must have confidence in its integrity and in its transparency. In many countries, there is a significant degree of skepticism about the security and fairness of electronic systems, especially when voters feel they have limited control or understanding on how their votes are being counted. In South Africa, where electoral trust is critical for upholding democracy, ensuring that the public has faith in the e-voting system is essential. This can only be achieved through transparency, public education, and a commitment to ensuring systems are fair and accurate. Finally, cybersecurity remains one of the most pressing concerns with e-voting systems. As we move towards digitization, there is always the risk of cyber attacks, hacking, or data breaches, which could compromise the integrity of the voting system. Ensuring that the e-voting infrastructure is protected from such threats requires constant vigilance, advanced encryption technologies, and comprehensive safeguards. It also means developing systems that are resilient and capable of detecting and responding to potential threats in real time. So without robust cybersecurity measures in place, the risks associated with e-voting could outweigh its benefits, leading to a loss of confidence in the system. Let's consider briefly the global use of e-voting. The 2021 study conducted by the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, IDEA for short, provides valuable insight into the current global landscape of electronic voting. The study reveals that out of 178 countries worldwide, a significant number, 143 in total, are not yet using e-voting in any form. This reflects a general reluctance or caution around adopting electronic voting systems, likely due to concerns over security, infrastructure, and public trust, as we have already discussed. However, the study also shows that 28 countries are using e-voting in politically binding national elections. These nations have taken the step of incorporating electronic voting into their core democratic processes, suggesting that e-voting has been deemed secure, effective, and reliable enough to handle the demand of national elections. This provides some positive examples of other countries considering such a move, demonstrating that e-voting can, in certain contexts, work at a large scale. Additionally, 18 countries are using e-voting in politically binding national sub-elections, such as regional or local elections. The smaller scale elections allow countries to test and refine e-voting technology before rolling it out for more high-stake national elections. This progressive approach helps to minimize risks while embracing innovation in electoral processes. Finally, the study notes that only 4 countries are using e-voting in other elections where EMBs are involved, such as referenda or local elections not tied to national governance. These instances further illustrate how e-voting is being exploited in a variety of electoral contests, not just for national elections. So, while the adoption of e-voting globally remains limited, the IDEA study highlights that it is gradually gaining traction, with a growing number of countries experimenting with or fully implementing digital voting in various types of elections. As technology and trust in these systems evolve, we may see this number increase in the years to come. In terms of the global breakdown by continent, e-voting adoption remains varies significantly across regions, with most countries remaining hesitant due to security, transparency, and infrastructure challenges, among many other factors. In Africa, there is an overwhelming rejection of e-voting, with 98% of countries not using e-voting and only 1 implementing it in sub-national elections, according to the study. The likely obstacles are poor digital infrastructure and low trust in electronic systems. In the Americas, on the other hand, 52% of the countries do not use e-voting, but 36% have implemented it in national elections, and 32% use it for other types of elections, such as trade unions and organizations. Brazil and the US are notable examples of countries with well-established e-voting systems. Asia sees a moderate level of adoption, with 72.1% of countries not using it and 23.3% implementing it in national elections. So, while there is some usage in sub-national elections and trade union elections, concerns over security and transparency remain significant barriers in the adoption of e-voting. Europe has a slightly higher adoption rate, with 15.9% of countries using e-voting in national elections and 9.1% in sub-national and other elections. Estonia stands out as a leader, having pioneered online voting since 2005. And colleagues, I know that I'm preaching to the converted when we say internet voting is voting online, using online systems like you having, easily voting using your cell phone in the comfort of your own home, whereas electronic voting would require you to use an electronic a device to cast your vote and also for the tallying of votes thereafter. So Brazil and US are notable examples of countries with well-established systems, and Asia sees a more moderate level of adoption, with 72.1% of countries not using it and 23% using it in national elections. While there is some usage in subnational and trade union elections, concerns over security and transparency remain significant barriers in its adoption. Europe has a slightly higher adoption rate, as we have indicated, with Estonia being a leader, whilst in Oceania, 80% of countries do not use e-voting, but a small percentage, around 6.7%, implementing it across various election types, primarily in Australia and in New Zealand. So overall, global adoption of e-voting remains limited, with the Americas and Europe showing the highest level of implementation. Future expansion will likely depend on advancements in cybersecurity and efforts to build trust in electronic voting systems. Right, so we drew this a simple map just to illustrate the various types of e-voting adopted by varying countries globally. An example, the USA uses a combination of internet voting and e-voting in some of its states, while Brazil, Venezuela, India, and the Philippines use e-voting machines at voting sites. And as previously indicated, Estonia is an example of a country that has successfully implemented internet voting, while countries such as Namibia, the DRC, Germany, Norway, and Ireland have stopped e-voting altogether due to various reasons. Other countries such as Australia and Canada have adopted internet voting for military and persons with disabilities only, while countries such as Finland, France, Germany, Ireland, and the Netherlands, among others, have tried polling place internet voting with varying levels of success. Let us briefly consider some country experiences regarding e-voting. So before looking at success stories in e-voting, let us consider those that have encountered some challenges. The first one being the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I'm sure like a country representative can speak with more confidence here. Our study is actually based on a literature review and some of the interviews that we conducted in 2023 that informed our report. So the DRC has faced significant challenges with voter trust in its e-voting systems. Concerns over transparency, electoral fraud, and the integrity of the process have led to skepticism among citizens. Many voters remain wary of whether their votes are accurately recorded and counted, which has undermined confidence in digital elections. Addressing these concerns requires greater transparency, public trust, and independent oversight to ensure trust in the system. And then the other country that has encountered challenges is Ireland, which when attempting to implement, in attempting to implement e-voting. Questions regarding the security, reliability, and auditability of the system raised legal and regulatory concerns in the country, ultimately leading to the abandonment of electronic voting machines. The lack of a verifiable paper trail and concerns about public confidence played a crucial role in these legal disputes, highlighting the importance of a legally robust and transparent e-voting framework. The Netherlands also faced some challenges. So the Netherlands faced cybersecurity concerns when implementing e-voting. The risk of hacking, election interference, and system vulnerabilities led to a rollback of e-voting activities. The government determined that securing the integrity of elections was more important than the convenience of digital voting, resulting in a return to traditional paper-based voting methods. This case underscores the critical need for strong cybersecurity measures and rigorous testing to protect the integrity of e-voting systems. Lastly, Germany experienced challenges related to the reliability of its e-voting system. Courts ruled that the electronic voting machines lacked sufficient transparency and did not provide an easily understandable verification process for voters. Concerns about potential technical failures and election manipulation led to the decision by the German Constitutional Court to ban e-voting machines in national elections. This case emphasizes the importance of ensuring that any digital voting among systems is both reliable and accessible, should be reliable and accessible to public scrutiny. And then in terms of a few examples of success stories, we have Brazil that has successfully implemented a nationwide e-voting system, making it one of the most effective models for large-scale digital elections. This system has enhanced voter participation, particularly in remote regions, by providing easier access to the electoral process. Additionally, e-voting in Brazil has significantly reduced electoral fraud, ensuring greater transparency and trust in the system. The use of electronic ballots has also allowed for rapid ballot counting, leading to quicker election results and boosting public confidence in the democratic process. India has also embraced e-voting on an impressive scale through the use of electronic voting machines. This initiative has streamlined the voting process, making elections more efficient and accessible to millions of voters across the country. One of the major advantages of India's e-voting system is the reduction in time required for ballot counting, allowing results to be declared much faster. The successful implementation of EVMs in India provides valuable lessons for other nations looking to modernize their voting process, including South Africa. As earlier indicated, Estonia stands out as a global pioneer in internet voting, having successfully integrated online voting into its election system. This approach enables citizens to vote from anywhere in the world, increasing convenience and voter participation. Estonia's model has demonstrated how digital solutions can effectively address traditional voting challenges such as long queues and accessibility barriers. By ensuring a secure and transparent internet-based voting system, Estonia has set a benchmark for other countries considering digital voting solutions. So overall, these examples how e-voting can enhance voter engagement, improve efficiency, and ensure greater electoral security when implemented effectively. While each country has taken a unique approach based on its specific needs, the key factors for success remain accessibility, security, and public trust. Lessons from Brazil, India, and Estonia can serve as valuable guides for other nations looking to embrace digital democracy. Let us now consider some pros or advantages, likely advantages of e-voting. Successful transition to e-voting can be achieved through a gradual and phased implementation, as demonstrated by Brazil, where the system was introduced step by step, allowing for improvements and adjustments before full-scale deployment. This method is particularly beneficial in large and diverse populations such as India, where electronic voting machines were used to address challenges like illiteracy and assure the efficiency of elections. Transparency, as earlier indicated, is also crucial for gaining public trust in e-voting systems. The Philippines, for instance, fostered trust by involving a wide range of stakeholders, including government representatives, academia, and civil society in an open and transparent evaluation process. Furthermore, a well-defined legal framework is essential for supporting e-voting, as seen in the United States, where clear legislation ensures the smooth functioning of electronic elections and compliance with regulations. The introduction of a voter verifiable paper audit trail in countries like India and Venezuela has strengthened confidence in e-voting systems by providing a physical record of votes, which is essential for audits and recounts. Additionally, India's EVMs are designed to operate off-grid, making them functional in regions with unreliable electricity, ensuring accessibility for voters in remote areas. Finally, securing buy-in from stakeholders is crucial for the success of e-voting. Effective budgeting, comprehensive consultation, and extensive training contributes to a system's success, helping to build confidence and ensure long-term adoption. Lastly, let us consider some cons or possible disadvantages of e-voting. Several challenges have hindered the successful implementation of e-voting systems in various countries. In Ireland, for instance, the public rejected e-voting devices due to concerns about a lack of transparency, highlighting the importance of public trust in the success of such systems. The DRC also struggled with e-voting due to a rushed implementation process that lacked transparency, damaging voter confidence and system reliability. Additionally, both Namibia and Germany encountered constitutional and legal issues that led to the suspension of their e-voting systems, showing the necessity of aligning systems with legal frameworks. Additionally, the DRC further faced difficulties when malfunctioning equipment forced the cancellation of its e-voting pilot test, emphasizing the need for thorough testing and reliable technology before deployment. In Nepal, the electronic voting machines failed to meet the needs of an election with a large number of candidates, illustrating the importance of adapting systems to specific electoral contests. Norway discontinued its internet voting system due to fears of voter coercion and security risks, demonstrating the significance of robust security measures. A clear legal framework was also lacking in the DRC, contributing to its failure to implement e-voting successfully. In the Netherlands, the over-reliance on external vendors without sufficient internal expertise led to the withdrawal of e-voting machines, showing the risks of depending too much on private companies. Finally, Ireland's experience in 2009, when it abandoned its e-voting plans after spending over 60 million euros on an unreliable system that required costly modifications, underscores the importance of ensuring both technical feasibility and long-term cost-effectiveness in voting projects. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much for that, and I think it answered some of the questions that came out of the first round of questions in the previous session. We will have an opportunity of engaging with the presentation, but we first gonna give an opportunity to a respondent to the presentation. We've got with us Professor Guy Becker, who is the Professor Emeritus at Rhodes University in South Africa. Before that, he spent 11 years as a senior director at UNESCO at D2 level. This is a homework for all of you to go and research what it means to be at D2 level at UNESCO. He's a distinguished fellow at Research ICT Africa, and his recent work on elections includes either authoring or co-authoring quite a number of publications, the most recent being the ones that he published last year. One of them was when he was a speaker at an IEC workshop titled AI in the Age of Disinformation, Challenges and Opportunities for South African Democracy. He has also done quite a few presentations at various local and international conferences. For example, last year presented to the Zambia Election Conference organized by the UNDP, which was talking on countering information pollution in the era of social media and artificial intelligence and implications for electoral integrity. He also presented last year on EMB strategic communications in the context of the digital media, harnessing the opportunities for AI in electoral processes. This was at the annual general meeting of the SADC ECF in Mahe in St. Charles in December 2024. Now, the mistake you can do with somebody like Prof is if you go and read about him on the internet. You can end up delivering your own paper on his bio. What I can say is that he has authored and co-authored various studies and reports on elections in the transforming digital space and countering disinformation in elections. I think that is just a teaser. I'm sure I haven't done justice to who he is, but I think we've got the right person to be a respondent following Dr. Dlamini's inputs. Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Musinga. D2 is the chief director in the UN system, so you don't have to look it up. Let me stand on the shoulders of the protocols before me and stand on the shoulders of the speakers before me and this magnificent report. So I have a short PowerPoint. There we go, and I guess I can just push this. So here we go. The harms benefits calculus. Harms, of course, are the cons, benefits are the pros. The challenge for you, the IEC, in fact, for the whole of South Africa, is to minimize the cons, maximize the pros. Okay, very clear, but quite complicated when you start to do it. First question to start with. Should we be optimistic and look at the pros? Should we take a mixed or balanced view and look at both? Should we be cautious and focus on the cons? So I have to ask you to vote. So who votes for number A? Please raise your hands. I'm sorry, you have to do this manually, only by hands. Or you can stand up if you want. By acclamation, who votes for number A? Nobody. Oh, one, okay. One, two optimists, right. Number two, B. Who takes a balanced view? Okay, we have many moderates in the middle of us. And number C. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Well, you can see the way the hall is voting there. Now, I'm going to disclose my vote. C, C, C. And I hope you can see why I'm choosing C. Because missing in this question is a four-letter word. Can you guess what it is? Beg your pardon? Commissioner Love, you said something. Risk, okay, because in order to understand these benefits and harms, you have to look at the question of risk. That's the only way you can make sense of the two. Okay. Why this is important is because this points you, when you're looking at risk, to take that position C. And I'm going to make the case for this. It's about whether the cons overshadow or outnumber, which can be quite serious, or if they undermine, which is even more serious. And those are not quite the same things. So keep that in mind. I'm going to keep on making this case. Is it maths? I don't think it's maths to look at these risks in a way you can say there are 10 benefits, there are 10 harms, it's equal. Or there are 5 benefits, 10 harms, therefore it's... I don't think you can do it like that. This is not mathematics. It's much more complicated than that. You cannot say that there's more of one and less of the other, and therefore we can just proceed. Green light. Numerically, there's more benefits than there's harms. This is why that would be a bit silly to do, because if you're looking at risks, some risks are very, very fundamental. And let me just give you, well, here's, I've given you some examples here, but if you say it's cheap, okay, there is a risk in that of hidden costs. So you think it's cheap, that is a benefit at some point, but it depends if your calculation is short-term, medium-term, long-term. Okay, because we know that when you buy a thing, particularly in technology, it's not the beginning it's not the end of the story. The second one is a threat analysis, that you have to take into account that as well. So cheapness is something, but you can't see cheapness in separation from these other questions. Let me just give you something important here that I think is worth mentioning, which is this issue that some risks are mission critical. You've seen from all the figures that many countries that do e-voting, they do not do I-voting. They've decided, for whatever reasons, problems with connectivity, problems with cybersecurity, that they will not go that far to the I-voting. They've decided that risk is mission critical. They will not do that. That's the red light for that particular risk. What I want to say is that actually, it's quite right, we have to look at those kinds of risks. If you think about what is the scenario for electricity in South Africa, even with batteries. Think about problems in the economy. We know what's happening with the US, et cetera, et cetera. What is that going to do to the South African economy? What will it do to our electricity generation? That's one scenario. If you're speaking about e-voting, maybe we really got to think about, is e-voting at risk of electricity in such a way that it's a mission-critical risk, and therefore we don't even think about this thing. Of course, we hope not, but you can't do it on hope. You have to do it on analysis, which I'll come to shortly. What I want to do here is, I think the method for taking these cons and these pros and looking at risk, a method about looking at how can you deal with risks and mitigations. Because some risks, as I've just explained, they are fatal. You don't want to take those risks. Other risks, maybe it's worth the cost. And this is where we look at this mitigation story. So I'll give you an example here, managing cybersecurity. So there's a risk of harm. We know that sophisticated adversaries can basically hack into the system. This is very possible in a global economy. It's very possible as quantum computing comes into being. Quantum computing can crack almost any password when it's still emerging, but it'll be here by the time we're looking at this thing. So what's the opportunity to address this risk? So to find ways to say, how can you actually use the electronic system to defend against electronic intrusion? And so there is a shield here, which is basically, you can say, well, we could have a risk of using AI to look at very strange patterns traffic that's coming in. And in that way, we can get on top of it. So that's a mitigation, and therefore you're going to say, well, perhaps this kind of risk is something that is something we should still proceed with digital voting because we can mitigate it in this way. If that's your calculation, some people may disagree with my assessments here. Let's come to this other one, efficiency gains. The risk here is now you're talking about data, and we know that data, if there's one thing that leaks in this world, it's data. If there's one thing that's traded by data brokers, if there's one thing that's mined by companies, it's data. So who gets that data? Who controls that data? What's the confidentiality about that? And as we know, no disrespect to the vendors next door, but there's a lot of people who sell systems, and you don't know that when you buy their system, you're also giving them your data. And what are they using your data for? And can they actually deliver on that system? So these are some of the risks there. So look at the opportunity. So how can we include data governance in this thing? If you ignore data governance in e-voting, you're making a really big mistake. So how do you mitigate this with the shield? You've got to have transparency, you've got to have audit, you also have to require the vendors to meet a whole lot of thresholds, that they must show you where they develop their systems, what they do with your data, how they actually are using it to make sense in terms of data flows, privacy protections, and so on. So I'm just giving you these as an example to say when you have pros and cons and you take risk, then how do you use risk as a tool to decide if you're going ahead? Okay, I did say something earlier, which I'm going to repeat a little bit now, that there's some risks that can be unacceptable. I gave the example. Most countries say I-voting, unacceptable. E-voting, okay. They have a different risk calculus. So you have to figure out what kind of risks you're talking about. Now, some of the other risks that are not in unacceptable category, they might have different calculations. And this is important because, you know, I said, if you decide something is a green light and something is a red light, okay, first of all, we must remember people in this country don't always respect the traffic lights. Sometimes the traffic lights are not functioning. So we have to remember the realities we live in also. But at the end of the day, it's not just one robot for the IEC. You've got lots and lots of traffic light signals you're going to get from doing a risk analysis like this. And this is, I think, the homework for the HSRC, to take its analysis and now begin to get it more kind of applied. So this is my suggested tool, that you have to do scenarios. And there's different scenarios. I mentioned a scenario, electricity will get worse, not better. That's one scenario. You have to do another scenario. Okay, if electricity can be guaranteed, okay, then what's that scenario? But those are not the only things to do scenarios. Anyway, in each scenario you have to assess the risks. Now, I'm sure you've come across this thing. You assess the risk on two axes. What's the likelihood and what's the severity going to be? Okay, there's no huge rocket science in that, but you end up with a result. So high impact, high likelihood. You know this is a top priority risk. And so you can go down the chain. There, I've got that. This is a fairly basic tool, but it's very useful in terms of if IEC is going to decide if it wants to proceed in this direction, it's got to identify what are the different risks according to different scenarios. Okay, I'm sorry to make it a little bit complicated, but this is the kind of work you're going to have to do. But I'll give you an example. So suppose you look at this thing. Risk to the election, electricity supply failures. Okay, you would say high impact, high likelihood, if that's your scenario. As I said, this is scenario one. We'll look at another scenario where this doesn't have that. Risk to voting, technology malfunctions at some polling stations. Low impact was just some stations, unless they are in very hot areas, perhaps. Likelihood could be high. In any country, it's likelihood some of these devices will malfunction. Risk to legitimacy, You know, so you can see what I'm doing there, this exercise, and you can do it, and HSRC can do it. Take what they're doing to really make it a bit more concrete and finalize what is the meaning of the pros and the cons. Then I want to give you scenario 2. So this scenario is not seeing a risk from electricity, but this one's saying poor transparency around e-systems. I just assumed that we'd done the likelihood and the impact, so it became with a C. I assumed that electoral integrity, hacking, I came with a B. These are for illustration rather than, you know, seriously workshopped assessments. But anyway, so this is scenario 2. Now, the other thing you do here is you come with the mitigations. So I didn't go into it here, but poor transparency around e-systems. You can guess, what do you do? What is the mitigation for poor transparency? I think that's fairly obvious. Who can do it? So obviously IEC is one of them, but not only IEC. You need a lot of other actors, Parliament, you need the media, you need the social media, etc., etc. So anyway, this is to show you this template. And the last point you see on the far right, metrics for success. Because if you don't know whether you're going to be successful in these mitigations, then it's for show. It's just a joke. Okay, I'm going to start wrapping up now, but to say that I think that the implementation strategy, which is the idea coming out of this HSRC report, it can really add on a few more chapters. The risk calculus in terms of different scenarios. And remembering also the scenarios in the real conditions of here, because you may well say the scenario is that we will be able to have enough technical support to deal with the challenges of training election officials on the voting day. Okay, is that really realistic? Do we have that skill set in this country? Maybe we do, maybe we don't, but don't take anything for granted. That's really my suggestion there. Because you can have nice mitigations, like I said just now, but you know, if your mitigations are just theoretical, then it's not going to help. And of course, you have to watch out for pink swans, because you know there's always pink swans as opposed to black swans and white swans and whatever other kinds of swans there are. Anyway, so it's scenario 1, scenario 2, and if this, then that. And finally, I think that the IEC, ultimately you're going to need a playbook. If this thing goes ahead, if you decide that you're going to take an orange light on balance, look into account all the different things, and you're just going to do some pilots while you're pausing to see whether things will change to green. When you've done your full analysis of mitigations and risks, then I think you're going to still need a playbook for what happens. Say electricity is guaranteed, but what if electricity goes down? Just on that day, will you postpone the election, etc.? Yeah, these are the kind of things obviously you need. So that's my final thing, you need that playbook. So I think that's it, that's what I have to say. There I am if you want to contact me. And I do wish HSRC and IEC very well in terms of doing a further building on what work has been done to really get teeth into the risks in these things, the mitigations, the realism mitigations in the different scenarios.
Is it on now? This floor here is dangerous. Thank you. My day have just been made. Thank you very much. I like how Prof. Beck basically plugged the gaps that were in the first presentation, because as Dr. Dlamini was taking us through the pros and cons, I was looking at some of the cons and I was saying, and And then suddenly when Prof came, he basically plugged those gaps and their presentation just flowed as if they have rehearsed it. I'm sure the last presentation has taken a lot out of the questions that you are going to ask, because on the risks that were identified, I could see some of the mitigating factors that Prof. Becker now came in and unpacked for us. But I'm not stopping you from still reacting to both presentations and asking any questions that may have emerged out of the two. We're supposed to finish in a few minutes, but I know that we started 15 minutes late, so I am going to give that opportunity for questions and reactions if there are any. Interesting. I see questions in this block. There are 3 on this block, 3 on this block. The light is just blinding me on this side. I don't see any. If anyone sees a hand going up on these last 2 blocks, please give me a hint. I'm going to start with the block here, and I'm going to take all the 3 questions, and they are all at the back. Can somebody assist me with getting the mic to the 3 gentlemen whose hands are up? You can follow, or there's a lady as well. You can follow any sequence, it doesn't matter. We're going to take these 4 and we're going to take responses. Then we'll move to the block in front of me. You can go ahead.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. My name is Khabele Matlosa with the University of Johannesburg, but also affiliated with the Africa Institute of South Africa at the HSRC. I have 3 quick points by way of suggestions, actually. It's more of a question and suggestion at the same time to not take a lot of time. The first, I want to link this presentation with the first session, Chair, on one point, which is a suggestion. I really liked the country cases. Thanks a lot, Dr. Dlamini. The country cases are very educative and enlightening. So I want to link this with the first session. The first session, especially Dr. Ayodele, made a lot of references to the UNISA experience with the SRC e-voting. I was going to suggest, because it also appears in the report quite a lot, I was going to suggest that maybe we need a box that actually kind of summarizes that experience there. That could shed a lot of light and enrich the report. That's number 1. Number 2, I think we're all agreed, we're all election experts in here, we're all agreed that introducing e-voting is pretty much a part of electoral reform. It's a component of electoral reform. Now, electoral reform is not just a technical process, Chair. It's a highly political process. I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. It's a highly political process, and to that extent, the question is, what is the political capital that exists for e-voting to take off? Is there political capital that exists? Is there political commitment, even from the highest level of the country, at the executive? And this then brings me to a suggestion that maybe the roundtables that the study introduced, there is need for a roundtable with political parties, and the HRC coordinating with IEC to organize a roundtable with political parties to get that political traction and commitment from the highest level, from the executive. And of course, this also links to trust with citizens, because you can't just have political buy-in from up there. You need political buy-in from bottom as well. So trust, then the buy-in from citizens, it's important, Chair. The final point, and it's a suggestion. Because we are all, as I said, we agreed it's part of an electoral reform. We need to see somehow in the report how this e-voting proposal, connects with the work that is being done by the panel on electoral reforms that is led by Advocate Sisani. And I think the report should actually also indicate, is there a connection? How are they connected? And because they should, because both of them speak of, reforming the democratic and governance system of the country. So we need that to be evident, Chair, even in the report itself. Thank you.
Thanks. We can pass the mic to the next gentleman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am Levin, though, from TUT. He took some of the issues I wanted to raise, so I'm going to be very brief. At the heart of elections is the issue of credibility and indeed trust. And with the manual voting, you have got, as indicated earlier, party agents will be present when voters are voting, and that creates a situation where voters will feel that there is credibility. I say this because in South Africa, there is a slogan that says that my vote is secret, and it is my secret and my secret alone. And that tells you that when this exercise is taking place, you actually exercise that road in a very, very private space. Now, to Dr. Dlamini, when we have to move towards e-voting, and indeed there are areas that have been identified where there were some dissatisfactions, what has been the experiences when it comes to issues of confidentiality whilst voting? Because I've got a sense that people can still vote in a group, and that will actually compromise their confidentiality. Thank you very much.
Can you take the other two hands on this block, and then we'll move to the next block? There were hands already at the back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Buikuzo Mfusi from the Thabo Mbeki School of UNISA, and my question is directed to Dr. Dlamini. Dr. Dlamini, in your presentation, you made reference to Estonia and other countries as success stories to e-voting. So my question is, how prepared is South Africa to embark on e-voting? Also, what measures or thought solutions are there in order to reach the marginalized communities of South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take the last one on this block. I will come back because there are other blocks where I don't see any hands. We can utilize their quota. So I will take the last one on this block, take responses, and then we're going to move to the next block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Tendai Chari from the University of Venda. My question is directed to Prof. Guy Berger and Dr. Dlamini. It's a question that relates to the issue of trust, and I believe most of the presenters this morning touched on the issue of trust, but my concern is that trust on the electoral process and trust on the broader politics seem to be conflated. If, for example, the youth are apathetic, they are refusing to vote, to what extent would you attribute it to the complexity of the electoral process, or the just lack of faith in the broader politics itself? So how are we going to disaggregate lack of faith or lack of trust in the broader politics and lack of trust in the electoral processes, including e-voting? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow them to respond to these questions. I think I'm going to allow them both to take a bite at all these questions, but the themes that come up in pretty much all the questions that have come up. One is the issue of trust and the credibility of the process. These are the three questions that related to that, and I our panelists to start with delving into those. I know one even spoke about what then becomes the role of party agents in electronic voting. I'm sure there is somebody from the Electoral Commission who would like to speak on that, but we are much more interested in learning what has been the experience in other countries, particularly on the role of party agents. I'm not going to repeat questions, but if I feel there is one that is missed in your responses, I'll bring those to your attention.
Thanks, Chair. When I woke up this morning, I was watching the news, and there was a discussion, general discussion, and people were responding as to issues that are raised this afternoon. One of them was the issue of confidentiality, in terms of how confident is my vote going to be? Isn't my vote going to be compromised? It was actually quite interesting because this comes out, from the general public that is not as very much educated on e-voting as some of the audience in this room may be. And then it's very important, really, if we link this to what was discussed again this morning, like when Dr. Odi was talking about the issues of security and also the issue of the importance of encryption, right? And then obviously linked to that is the issue of the vote itself being secure. So whatever system perhaps IEC and the country in general decide on, they have to ensure that the system is as secure as possible. Again, linked to Prof. Beggar's discussion on costs and benefits. Of course, this is not going to be a very simple, cheap exercise. It's going to be an expensive exercise, perhaps also maybe to add the spanner to the works that the Prof introduced in terms of his mathematics is also to do a cost-benefit analysis, really, of what is it that is involved and what are the costs associated with that, right? And then on the issue of how prepared is South Africa to embark on e-voting and how to reach the marginalized in South Africa. Yes, now this has got to do with also the issue of inclusivity, that whatever a system or that we decide to adopt, should we go the e-voting route, should be as inclusive as possible, right? Taking into account that South Africa is actually not homogeneous, it is quite heterogeneous, unlike countries that we have identified as having been successful in e-voting, like Estonia, whose population is much less. You're comparing 2 million people in Estonia to approximately 60 million in South Africa. So we have to take all those dynamics into account, right? South Africa is actually a very difficult country. It's a very difficult country to navigate, especially considering the inequalities that exist socio-economically. And the issue of trust also came to the fore when I was listening to people that were contributing to the television discussion that I was listening to today, that people actually wouldn't really easily trust the system, right? So this morning we spoke about issues of civic education, of electoral education, right? So the IEC will definitely have to invest a lot into civic and voter education to build trust in the system. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Moderator. It seems to me that that e-voting is part of the digitization of elections, and so political parties themselves need to become more digitally literate in this whole game. I've done some research, and it turns out that political parties are not very data savvy in South Africa, or around the continent compared to other places where elections are very data-driven. But I think to the extent to which political parties become more data competent, they will be able to use this kind of system more effectively. And I think it will become more difficult for a party to claim 9 million votes are stolen if indeed there's access to data, right there quickly, and it's auditable and so on, keeping in mind privacy protections, of course. So I think that can help with some kind of trust building. But I think the role of party agents will have to upgrade to become more a question of parties' data analytical capacity. And that, of course, then is a question of to what extent there's a digital divide within political parties about data capacity. On the other question about trust in politics and young people and so on, this is a very interesting issue because it seems that young people are prepared to trust their data with TikTok and a whole lot of other companies. Will they trust an e-voting system? I don't know. It remains to be seen, but possibly. I don't think it will happen automatically, and certainly we know that politics, there's always actors who want to jump on a bandwagon and attack IEC for one thing or another. And if there's one small malfunction in e-voting, you can be sure it will be capitalized, and you can be sure that the youth supporters of that political party will also jump on that bandwagon. But I think in terms of one point that Dr. Dlamini said, which takes us further, also this cost-benefit story, which is, if you think about it, right now I think a colleague of mine, Scott Timka, he told me that he saw, I think, about 7,000 voting stations, about 7,000 voting stations in South Africa, 5,000 voting stations. If you need 4 machines per voting station, and you need some spares as backup, and you also need another system, for paper trails, you're talking about a very big investment in this stuff, and that's not just about that's the short-term investment. Now you also have this challenge that we see even last year. The IEC's budget was not what it needed. Now you see what's happening right at the moment as we speak, and what will continue to happen. Money is going to be very, very scarce in this country for a very long time. So we also have to be scenario-based. It's not just a cost-effective analysis. It's cost-effective analysis in a scenario of very low spending. And that may sabotage the whole works. But if we don't pay attention to that, we're going to be in trouble. And then you don't want a situation, I think, where people are complaining, as they really are complaining about the G20, saying, why is government spending money on these foreigners and these visitors when we are not getting services here? You don't want them to say, why is government spending money on this e-voting when we don't have water? So these are very serious trust issues that surround this question of e-voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think some of the comments that were raised were more recommendations than questions. But I think there was a very specific one that asked about how the process that we are in today dovetails with the work of the Electoral Reform Panel. And I think I would welcome any input from the Electoral Commission, but these are two distinct processes but very related. The Electoral Reform Panel has got a time frame and a clear scope of what is it that they are supposed to deliver by when. We are just beginning with this process here today. And the question that related to the political commitment and the political will by the country to move towards electronic voting. I think it's something that we're still going to continue ascertaining as the Electoral Commission, because we are going to be engaging all sorts of stakeholders in the elections value chain, like it was indicated in the morning. This is just the beginning. So we still have an opportunity of engaging as many as possible of the election stakeholders within the elections value chain. So I think that was more a comment than a question, but definitely the work of the electoral reform panel started already and is already in motion. And before the next national and provincial elections, they should have come up with a recommendation on the ideal electoral system for the country going into the next provincial and national elections. I'm going to move to the next block. There were 3 hands, unless there is somebody who would like to add on the responses to the first round of questions. Is it an addition on the first round of questions? Okay, no, let me go back to that block. There were 3 hands, and then I'm going to come back to this block. Can we take those questions? Can the mic get closer to that side? The light is really blinding me, so if those questions have been answered, it's fine. We can then move on. Are there still questions? No. Okay, let's come to this block. There are already 2 hands. Can we take them? Just raise those hands again so that the mic can come to you. 1, 2, 3. Can we pass the mic, please? Somebody already has it. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, the mic's on the table.
Use the ones on the table.
Yes. No, thank you so much, Chair. I'm trying to engage with all the sessions and in relation to the feasibility study and its recommendations, because the context of this conversation speaks to ultimately the feasibility study and the recommendations proposed to be implemented. So I am locating the points made, which are very important about the pros and cons in relation to the feasibility study and its recommendations. And from what I am gathering is that there's an overwhelming number of the cons, if you like, which is being shared with us, and some of the studies in various countries which have been successful, but those countries are relatively small and the conditions differ compared to our local conditions. So when you engage with the subject matter here, and I'm struggling to understand why these are not consistent with the recommendations, which then recommends for a specific team to be set for implementation and goes beyond just the e-voting, but also the internet voting. So that's why I'm quite curious that if at this stage already we understand what it will take to move to this point, but already there's recommendations on the feasibility study, which in my view do not cater suitably against the cons which have been deposited for us. Why are we even at this point? Why are we even pursuing at this stage? So I just need that understanding, because I think we must be careful that we could be seen later at the end of this conversation after a few days that there's been a broad consultation with all stakeholders and all of us are in agreement that we need to implement the recommendations of this feasibility study, which is a totally different matter. Because from what we're gathering here, there's very serious concerns which have not, in my view, at least in our view as Mkhonto, as Sizwe Party, have not been adequately addressed. So we need to get an understanding in relation to the recommendations of this feasibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we take the 2 other hands on this block? Please go ahead.
My name is Tulani Ntuli from Financial Fiscal Commission. Mine is about the risks that were addressed by Prof. there. The first session, it was an excellent session, but for me, the only thing that was outstanding for me, it has been covered by Prof, because it appears the issue of risk is not something that we take into consideration when we do things. For us to be successful with this particular system, it's to take into consideration all the risks, taking into consideration what other countries have been, it has been explained to us, how have they done it, how did they fail. Those are the lessons, but what are the risks specifically for this country that we have to address before we can go forward with this matter? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last hand on this block. There were 3. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Lamin made reference to universities that are already using the e-voting system, considering their population and people who are already understanding the systems. But you didn't go into what are the risks, what was the feedback, is everybody satisfied? There were no areas of challenges. As you said, IEC perhaps has not as yet looked into what are the lessons from those universities. Secondly, the Brazil situation, whether your research also looked into considering South Africa and Brazil population, it's far big difference. What is it that we can learn out of that, and what are the contributing factors in terms of geographic as well as literacy, as it was earlier indicated that we South Africans will lag behind in terms of literacy when it comes to technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last one will be Dr. Mkhize on this block.
Thank you very much. I'm only rising because I did see the slide from Dr. Dlamini that was talking about electronic voting being economically viable. Now, I think you've probably helped by the elaboration which you have now come in. I think both yourself and Professor Pega, Dr. Pega, who have raised the issue of the need for a cost-benefit analysis or a feasibility study. And the reason why I'm raising it is because we don't want to sound like we oversold the idea. In this case, somebody asked the question, we must define the problem. I actually agree, we need to put that clearly, because you may just find that the requirements of implementing this electronic voting may actually be more costly than the previous system. You know, when the issue of trust is going to raise the problem of confidentiality, which has arisen in different countries, reliability of the system, transparency, security from internal and external interference, you might find that you have to choose additional features that will make the system to be able to answer those questions. Now, with the examples that you've given, in the Philippines, they've had to put in technical committees to ensure that there's proper audit to ensure transparency. And they ultimately saw that the cost of implementing the electronic voting system is more expensive. In Venezuela, they actually found that the 2005 election was more costly because of the audit processes than the previous one. This is in your report. So I'm saying, in our situation, we might need to use a pilot that will convince people in every area that, in fact, there's no difference between the two, and the cost of that will be high. The cost of education will be higher. The cost of investing in infrastructure will be higher. So we need to know before we start a process of legislation that something has been done, so we know exactly what the cost of this is going to be. When the cabinet has to deal with this thing, they've got to tell us what is the cost implication of this, so that is there a budget for it. But even beside that, we need to be able to say, we know it might be more expensive, but these are the benefits for it, and this is why we have to do it. So I'm just saying that the way that the slide is put, it needs to take into account that there are issues associated with what you might consider to be economic viability, and that must then all be quantified before we can actually make a general statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is going to be the last round of questions. So I'm going to take the other 2 that I had noted in this block here, which I blocked earlier on, so that when we give to the responses now, it will be the last word from each one of them. There is also a hand in the front here. Please go ahead. I'm blinded by the light, so if I'm missing any other hand, just shout to me. Please go ahead. First row.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. I intended not to comment as this being a dialogue today, but I think I do want to register as, my name is Louis Zimande, the Executive Director for the South African National Council for the Blind. We are a vested stakeholder in the electoral reforms, particularly because our constituency is disenfranchised. We can't participate in the elections. In all the elements that are being raised, albeit security, albeit access, albeit complexity on the ballot, and it's not only us from the blindness sector, it's also those of us that are dyslexic, print disabled. So it's a large community of us as citizens of the country that cannot participate effectively with full rights of confidentiality, secrecy on voting. So we will dialogue going forward. I'm happy that political parties are here, because even our special vote, they don't contest it because I guess it's not a valued vote, if I may put it crudely, like that. We participated in the study because we want electoral reform that is inclusive. I think just to make that statement, and again, we would not fully support the scenario. I think that what Dr. Dlamini presented as an example of a model of Canada and Australia, where it's the reform are only made and used for disabled persons only. It wouldn't be the system. We want to realize the right, as it were. So political parties, I think, I'm not in support of the IEC or talking on their behalf, but you go back and have a thorough engagement around the components of the society in the constituencies where we can't participate fully. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow our panelists to speak to all the questions raised. I think one of the questions that was raised in the previous round was the question of what is it that still were challenges in the India, Brazil, and Estonian experiences, because we seem to be painting a picture that things went smoothly in those three countries, which is why they fully embraced electronic voting. I think one question that we missed from the last round is what could have been challenges even in those three countries that seem to have fully embraced electronic voting. I'm going to allow you first, Dr. Dlamini, and then we're going to end with Prof.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe to address the first question there on our report, that it already has recommendations. The main purpose really of our report is to open the dialogue, is to start the discussion really, to get the discussion going. And of course, the IEC has pondered this in the past, and the conversation is still continuing. So our report actually rubber stamps that very issue that the IEC is pondering upon in terms of whether this is something that is feasible for the country or not. So ours, as a research institute, is not really to take a specific side, but to present the findings of our research as they are, and say to the IEC, if this is something that you consider, then it means that you have to seriously consider the pros and also the cons. And then if indeed you want to proceed, but these may then be the recommendations that you start maybe thinking of for having some form of a committee that is going to take this forward among our many other recommendations that are contained in our report. Right, and then of course, some of those countries that have managed to fully implement e-voting, not that they didn't have any challenges, they did have hurdles, obviously, but then having identified those, like for example, Estonia, right, what they did is to integrate e-governance into their systems, such that when something like e-voting comes in, it becomes actually quite smooth. Just to give you an example, perhaps here in South Africa, we are also involved in an exercise with municipalities on e-participation. And we are seeing that e-governance is something that local communities are actually very much interested in. So once we then start ensuring that e-governance is introduced at community level, then it becomes much smoother for us to start talking about issues of electronic voting, because people then do understand the integration of technology onto their day-to-day activities. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think all these points are so interesting. It builds also on what has been happening before. The one thing that a point I'd like to take forward is this idea of getting more information about the university experiences, and maybe universities being sites for pilots going ahead. But of course, not that a university is the same as a municipal or provincial or national election, but there may be more stuff that can be taken from there, because the pilots question needs a lot more elaboration as to what are the legalities of IEC doing a pilot, what kinds of parameters you're going to be piloting, types of technology, costs, benefits, impact, inclusivity, as was said by the delegate on the side over here. And that, I think, is a way in which ultimately an informed decision can be made about the feasibility of having a transition in this direction. I'd like to mention one final point, which I think we haven't given a lot of attention to. That is these electronic voting machines. Where do they come from? What we saw in the Namibia experience, they got them from India, but they could not get the service when it came to the election, because India had its own election at that time. So that's a problem. And then if you want to consider homegrown technology, I would just refer us to the very drawn-out experience with the set-top boxes with digital migration of television, which, as you know, has been still going on 15 years. We are not able to turn off the analog television system because that system, the technology of getting these set-top boxes made and getting them out has not succeeded. In fact, over time, even that initiative is becoming obsolete because people are now getting streaming rather than digital transmission, terrestrial transmission. So that's a complicated issue that we need to look at, is who supplies the technology? How do you have the public-private partnerships, which is mentioned in the report on that? Because at the end of the day, you need the money, but you need the technology, and we have to make the case for the money if a case exists, and then we have to also be quite sure about the technology side. Where is that coming from? How much will it be sustainable, as opposed to use it 1 year and then you have to replace it 4 years later?
Thank you very much. Are you still on, ma'am? I had noted you, and I haven't forgotten about you. Are you covered? Do you still have a question? Covered? Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you very much to my two panelists. Just to indicate that this discussion that we had today is going to flow neatly into the discussion that we're going to have next, because I had people saying, can we zoom in on South Africa? What are the risks for us as a country? And I think the next session is going to deal with that quite more intensely. And tomorrow we'll also have an opportunity from some of the countries that have experimented with electronic voting that are going to be sharing their experience with us. While some of it has been dealt with by our two panelists, but we will hear from them tomorrow on what this took for them as a country and where they currently sit as a country in terms of experimenting. And I think the last theme that we need to take away with as the Electoral Commission is the need for consultation, and more consultation. We are, as you could see, for a start, we are quite a mixed bag in this room today. And from here, we're going to be segmenting the society into a whole lot of segments, and we're going to be talking to each stakeholder that we have identified within the elections value chain, and we promise that the consultation that is being called for in this room is definitely going to be taking place going forward. We're going to leave it here, and we are going to break for tea, which was meant to be 15 minutes. And I think Ma'am Wahisi is now going to say 5 or 10 minutes. We are now at 3:49. Can we be seated at 4 o'clock so that we take the next session? Thank you very much.
First of all, they will examine the perception of the South African citizens. We'll be able to gauge whether South Africans are amenable or averse to the idea of electronic voting. They'll also look at the infrastructure capability of the country, and also look and address connectivity issues, including network stability. And just to tie this conversation nicely, they will also reflect on the cost implication for introducing electronic voting in the context of our country, whether this exercise is an affordable exercise given the economic climate that we are currently facing. As I've said, these speakers will try and bring this discussion home and give us the South African context. With that said, can I briefly read a short bio of our first panelist, Dr. Stephen Godin. Dr. Stephen Godin is a senior researcher at the Human Science Research Council. He's also a research associate of the Faculty of Humanity at the University of Johannesburg. Apart from his PhD, he also holds 2 master's degrees. He has been a member of the HSRC's South African Social Attitude Survey. He has also extensively designed a microeconomic analysis of representative surveys with a particular emphasis on the measurements of prejudice, identity, and social cohesion. Dr. Godin has received a Y2 rating from the National Research Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. Godin to the podium.
Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you here today. Now, I am privileged, and you yourself are privileged, because you are seated here today with fine minds, minds knowledgeable in democracy, in elections, in what it takes in this country to move forward our democratic system. But not all South Africans share your breadth of knowledge. And during this presentation, we will be looking not only at those with the knowledge and understanding of elections, democracy, and e-voting, but ordinary people, the poor, the working class, those who live in our nation's villages, townships, in its suburbs and apartment buildings. We will seek to understand a nationally representative analysis of attitudes towards e-voting. And do South Africans have faith that this new form of technology will deliver for them an efficient and honest democratic system, and allow elections to yield results that are representative of the popular will? First, let us set the scene somewhat. Now, South African election law currently mandates the use of paper ballots, as we well know, in both national and local government elections. Our 2020 Electoral Amendment Bill attempted to enable the IEC to begin testing electronic voting. But this was unsuccessful because it was too vague, lacked specific e-voting definition and procedures, and lacked an accompanying public information and awareness campaign, something that many who have been asked questions in this room today have raised as an issue of concern. Now, the IEC should advocate for the Department of Home Affairs to draft a more focused bill that includes specific provisions for e-voting on a limited pilot basis and explicitly grants the IEC authority to undertake a pilot study, conduct a number of limited non-political or political by-elections via such an e-voting system. The IEC should consider integrating VVPAT technology in e-voting systems if a decision is ultimately taken to pursue e-voting in the country. Now, what we're going to do today is look at data from a comprehensive survey, a survey that looked specifically at attitudes towards e-voting, to gain an understanding of how confident the public is in this technology, would they accept such a system if it was introduced, and what concerns and reservations do they have. Now, this survey was conducted through the Moya messaging app, as my senior colleagues have outlined so eloquently. This special app reaches specifically into those poor and working class areas of our country because it is data free. To buttress this type of technology, we used a telephonic survey. This reached those groups which the online Moya messaging app did not reach, ensuring a representative sample that we could look at and analyze. And that is the data I'm going to be presenting to you today. Very important to remember as we look at this data that despite the potential benefits, there is a lot of confusion surrounding e-voting. Our survey showed that a significant proportion of South Africans aren't familiar with e-voting, often confusing it with I-voting, internet voting, or voting online. During the survey, it was stated very clearly to the respondents that e-voting constituted voting using an electronic machine at a voting station, thus helping them with this confusion when looking at some of these questions. Now, public perceptions of e-voting are shaped by trust in technology. That's something we'll look at in a minute. Many citizens view e-voting as a means to enhance participation, transparency. Yet, as we will discuss, there are apprehensions regarding security and fraud. Concerns about electoral integrity remain prevalent. And this is a major issue that we're going to go into right now. So I'm going to start with a simple question about online usage. So much has been made of the digital divide in our conversation here today. So let us briefly discuss the online divide. A majority of South Africans, a large majority, have access to the internet. But not everyone uses the internet most of the day. About 54% use the internet on most days, 25% used it several times a day, 10% infrequently, and rarely 9%. Right? In general, the population of South Africa is quite positive about technology. 1 in 10 believe that technology will make their lives easier and more comfortable. Young people in particular were very positive about technology and spent a lot of time online. There are certain groups who did not spend time online. Elderly people, people with less education, and those people who were disabled in some capacity. Now, knowledge about e-voting, as I've already stated, is not as high as we would like it. Only 31% of the adult population said they knew a great deal or quite a lot about e-voting. Men in particular were less aware of e-voting than women. Young people were less knowledgeable about e-voting despite the fact that they spent a lot of time online. Knowledge of e-voting, very hopefully for those who want to do awareness campaigns, lowest in KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape. Now, we wanted to know about the pros of e-voting, something that the previous speaker touched on very strongly. So we asked people 7 questions about e-voting. Questions about e-voting's trustworthiness, its ease of use, its accuracy, its quickness, and its integrity. From these 7 questions, we constructed an e-voting advantages index, scaled from 0 to 100. As you can see on the screen over there, most people were very positive about e-voting. Right? The mean score on this index, 0 being very, very low positives, 100 being very, very high positives, was 76, with 70% of the population in the higher end of the block, indicating that many people saw e-voting as delivering meaningful results for them as people living in South Africa. That doesn't mean that people were overwhelmingly positive about e-voting. When asked about security issues, particularly asked about electoral fraud and hacking, we saw that many people, not the overwhelming majority, but many people viewed this as an issue of serious concern. Right? These 2 questions are interrelated. Those people worrying that electronic voting will introduce fraud were also worried that electronic voting would be vulnerable to hackers. So this indicates that although people are very positive about e-voting, they do feel very concerned about the security implications of a system like this. Imagine, of course, some form of fraud occurring during an election which contained e-voting, and this level of concern could make people very toxic about the question of e-voting. We also asked people very specifically about their public views of the risk and benefits of e-voting. Remember, someone in the audience very clearly articulated this as a serious issue of concern. Is it more of a risk? Is it more of a benefit? Given what we've seen previously, it is unsurprising to let you know that 66%, the majority, viewed e-voting as more of a benefit than a risk. They were very positive about technology. They're very positive about e-voting. Right? Only a small minority, 17%, said it was more risk than a benefit, while 11% said it would make no difference. Young people in particular more likely to view e-voting as a benefit than older people. Residents in the Northern Cape and the Northwest more likely to see e-voting as a benefit. And interestingly enough, rural people were also more likely to identify e-voting as a benefit, perhaps seeing it as allowing them to better participate in a society which tends to put urban people first, leaving rural areas behind. We asked people, and this is a very important question, whether the IEC will be able to successfully implement e-voting. 69%, a large share of the adult population, said that e-voting could be successfully implemented by the IEC. Unfortunately, more educated people were less confident about the Commission to implement e-voting than less educated people. Younger people, being more in favor of technology, were more positive about the capabilities of the Commission to implement e-voting than older people. Interesting enough, we also found that if you participated in elections and had a positive view of the IEC's previous performance during national government elections, you also tended to feel that the IEC would do a good job in terms of implementing e-voting. Now, this brings us to a very, very interesting dynamic, and this is something I want to touch on just for a moment. So, we asked people, if they had a choice, what form or type of voting would they prefer? Would they prefer to vote online at home, I-voting? Would they prefer to vote with electronic voting machine at the voting station? Or would they prefer paper ballots, as they have traditionally done? So look, as we can see here, 49% said they would prefer online voting at home, I-voting. 30% would prefer e-voting, voting using electronic voting machine at the voting station. 17% preferred paper ballots at the voting station. So let's look, why did people prefer paper ballots? Right? Those people who tended to choose this option, they tended to be older, less educated. They raised concerns about accessibility. They raised concerns about trustworthiness. And they raised concerns about whether they would be able to use this type of technology. I-voting, very interestingly enough, a lot of people, when talking about why they preferred I-voting, really emphasized the convenience of I-voting, how they could vote from anywhere, even the comfort of their own home, and how this type of voting would make it easier for them to vote. Now, we wanted to know if introducing e-voting made people more willing to participate in elections, because as many of the speakers have rightly raised, South Africa has a voter apathy problem. The share of registered voters who participate in national elections has declined in the last 10 years. The share of the voting age population who participate in elections has declined in the last few years. So what can be done to raise participation? So when asked if you will be more likely to participate in electoral national government elections, 79% said e-voting would make them more likely to participate. 12% said wouldn't make a difference, and only 6% said it would make them less likely. So very important to note here that this is a hypothetical. These people have no experience of e-voting. There has not been an election where there has been e-voting in a national government election. So here they are talking theoretically, what they would do theoretically if e-voting was be introduced. And here we see that people would be more likely to participate. But not all people. Younger people would be more likely to participate in e-voting to participate in elections if e-voting was introduced compared to older people. Residents in KwaZulu-Natal and the Northwest would be more likely to vote if e-voting was introduced. But people who are disabled would be less willing to vote if e-voting was introduced, concerned regarding accessibility and their ability to navigate an electronic voting system. Now, what I've just presented to you has been the voices of ordinary people. Old, young, black, white, rural, urban. The people who maybe do not have as much knowledge about elections, about democracy, about e-voting, as those of us sitting in this room today. So we wanted to look at experts, people who did have this knowledge, and what they had to say about e-voting. So we held a series of roundtable discussions. The first roundtable discussion consisted of academics, while the second one consisted of participants that represented Blind SA and the South African National Council for the Blind. Now, the key themes that emerged from these roundtables included the following. Discussions emphasized the need for careful preparation and a multi-phased approach to implement e-voting in South Africa. Participants stressed the importance of security, openness, and public confidence throughout the e-voting process, something that many of you in this room have yourselves stressed. They also stressed accessibility for voters with disabilities. This was highlighted in particular. There is a need to ensure that Universal design and accessibility are integral to the development of any e-voting system, something that came through in the public opinion survey as well. Now, the insights from the key informant interviews. The HSRC conducted one-on-one key informant interviews with key experts, with leading knowledge creators in this space, and identified some very important and powerful findings. E-voting systems were viewed as having the potential to modernize the voting process and make it more accessible, but they required careful planning and robust safeguards to function effectively, equitably, and inclusively. Our key informant participants recommended that the IEC must ensure that robust voter engagement, voter education accompanies any decision to experiment with or implement e-voting, particularly for persons with disabilities. There is a need to establish reliable and secure technology. This is essential for future elections. We need robust safeguards against tampering and hacking. Remember how many people were concerned about these problems during the public opinion survey. Voter authentication is crucial, involving systems for verifying identity, such as biometrics, data-unique IDs, and ensuring that only eligible voters can cast votes. Lastly, this group maintained that e-voting systems must be user-friendly and accessible to all voters, including those with disabilities. We need to ensure that the e-voting system services the diverse needs of the electorate. Now, as I bring this discussion to a close, I want to point out that we, as South Africa, are rich when it comes to election studies. We are rich when it comes to studies of voter participation, of attitudes towards voting, of attitudes towards political apathy. The work that we have done today builds on this rich history of study and scholarship. We should thank the IEC. Few countries in Africa have our legacy of scholarship on these important questions. And we are able to build and utilize that knowledge to produce reports like the one you see before you today that speak to the heart of those critical issues around public confidence in elections and electoral management. And as a final thing, it was very nice to do this study on e-voting. Often when we conduct studies on politics and political parties, people are very negative about politicians, very negative about political parties, very negative about local government, about national government, about how democracy is working. When asked about technology, they were very positive. It was nice to hear positive feedback for a change, and so I appreciate the opportunity to be involved in a study like this. And I want to thank you for giving me your time here today, and I hope I have not bored you too much with my presentation. Thank you again. I turn over to my very talented colleague, Dr. Davids, who will give, I am sure, a more educational and informative presentation than even my own, which I think was pretty good. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Godins, for that insightful presentation. In the interest of time, I will shortly invite Dr. Davids. And before I do that, shall I read a short bio about Dr. Davids? He's a research director at the Human Science Research Council. He's also an advisory member at the Department of Applied Legal Studies at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Dr. Davids specializes in a number of areas, including democracy, social cohesion, and issues of governance. Dr. Davis has published extensively. He has written a number of international journals. He has contributed to 2 books as a researcher. With that said, Dr. Davis, the platform is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's indeed a privilege for me also to talk today, but I'll be a little bit less vocal than Stephen. I really enjoy Stephen's energy. I've got a task of pulling everything together. I have prepared a few slides that I think will maybe bore you because I'm going to be repetitive. So I'll be selective in my approach in presenting what I think we should be doing. I really want to try and chart the way forward. This has been a very complex study, first of all. But I also want to say at the same point, and just to re-emphasize, this is the start of a process. It's a dialogue that will continue. And within that space, I want to say that all stakeholders here would be invited to further engage with the report, to further interact with this process. I mean, I don't think any decision has been made yet. And therefore, the opinions shared today, it's quite crucial for us, and I think crucial for the IEC as well. So on that note, I'm going to proceed. If you look at the key findings, I am really going to just give you 4 broad objectives here. I think Stephen and everybody is saying that overall, there's a lack of awareness of e-voting. And we defined e-voting in that survey just so that we know. We talked about e-voting at the polling station, but we distinguished between i-voting. So even though people will say they want to vote i-voting, what Stephen was saying is more kind of a convenience. And we need to really think about that. So that came out quite strong. We all spoke about the digital divide. We all spoke about the lack of internet access at the rural areas. But we do know that some of the key findings is that we really need to look at the legislative framework. And I'll come back to this. I don't think there's political will. I think there is a need for political discussion and clarity, and then the will follow. In terms of our key objectives, why are we doing the study? I mean, of course, I think we spoke about increased voter turnout. Particularly, we need voter turnout in the youth category. And I think we really want to make sure that we improve our efficiency in terms of the elections. Not that the motor is not running well. I think we just want to smooth that motor even faster. If we're looking at the key considerations, and I'm just repeating now, we need to look at the legislation, public education, infrastructure development. And when we talk about training here, we talk about training the IEC officials and the implementers, but at the same time also we talk about voter education and civic education more broadly. That is key considerations. One of the things that we will propose is when we talk about piloting e-voting, we need to distinguish between trials, piloting, and then a rollout. These are separate phases that one needs to look at. So it's not necessarily to say that we've identified a particular machine, we're going and implement it. There's testing and then trialing. So that's all processes that needs to take into consideration. And then, of course, earlier on today, we talked about the dual system, hybrid system. I'm not sure where we're currently at, if that will be the ideal model. But what we recommended in the report, it may be worthwhile exploring with citizens abroad to do an online process with them in a particular country, in a particular city. And we know, of course, I think in the Netherlands and in The Hague, there's quite a bit of South Africans, which we can maybe pilot and see how that works, because then we can take lessons from that. But of course, we're thinking about e-voting more at the polling station as well. So there's a lot of potential challenges which you've highlighted, cybersecurity. We need to think about the cost of implementing this, the digital divide, etc. And of course, I'll come back to public trust. Let's make sure. Okay. All right. I'm just going to stand a little bit on the lack of public awareness. Not too much though. Perhaps I have covered that. I think I've covered the literacy. Okay. I'm also not going to talk about these in this slide. I think I've covered that. But I want to stand still here. Okay. So what we're proposing in our paper, this is really a discussion document, and we were quite adamant to say that this was not a green paper as yet. There are a number of processes that must follow before we can turn this into a green paper. Now, I think one of the things that we really want to highlight, and now I must put on my glasses just to make sure I don't speak any nonsense here. What we're proposing is, first of all, we see this, as I said, as a multidimensional, complex attempt to implement e-voting. And we need to think about bringing all role players on board. And for that process to unfold, I think the first thing that we need to think about, which following what other countries have been doing, and we've modeled the approach on other countries, we need to establish an electronic, whether we call it a voting task team, steering committee, but we need to formalize that task team. And that team and that leadership team would actually be overseeing the entire process, the entire thinking, the entire investigation, the entire assessment, and they would be the custodians of the process. I think that is important. And that in itself, we have written some bits about the protocols of that and also the procedures of getting such a body in place. And then one of the key tasks of that task team is then to develop a comprehensive implementation plan. But even before you go to the implementation plan, just to come back, the task team must consist of all key stakeholders. I know the political party leaders were adamant earlier on, but they will form part of that task team. And so we're talking about a big umbrella body with a leadership, a core leadership that will lead that task team with all key stakeholders involved. Now, that task team will then develop a comprehensive implementation strategy. That would be a key aspect of their work. And that entail quite a number of tasks or activities. Followed by that would be a legislative review committee. I know we've reported that we need to review the legislation, but I think much more work is being needed in order to craft a potential new legislation. And a specific committee with key expertise should form that. Following from that, and I think this entire steps that we propose are very integrative and they feed onto each other. We also propose a finance committee or financial committee. Now, this committee would be tasked, what we were talking about earlier on, the cost-benefit analysis. So that will entail quite a bit of things in terms of looking at the financial viability of this. I will elaborate a little bit more. I've got a slide that follows just to speak to the financial issues. Infrastructure development, we have spoken about that. This requires key expertise, key competencies, to do an assessment of what kind of infrastructure is needed. So, of course, you will have to gain expert advice. You will bring expert ins to work with the task team on such a smaller, I would say, task, a smaller team, to assess really what is available, what is needed, and even in that our infrastructure development plan, they will work closely with the financial planning, because the IT and the IT experts should be able to understand the type of voting machine, and then therefore we need to look at the specifications, etc., what is needed, and that will be linked to the cost of it. And then training programs. I think I spoke a lot of that, but there needs to be a coordinating body. The IEC do have a communication team. They do have a training program and processes in place, but I think it's much broader than that. That should also include key expertise, and the task team will incorporate people there. And then once you have done all those homework and structures in place, you have a potential plan in place, one can then start to think about rolling out it in a test scenario, in a pilot scenario. And we all spoke about maybe at a university setting, but maybe in a by-election setting, but that can be determined, collectively. So once you have implemented that process, it's about, for the pilot, obviously, it's about monitoring and evaluation so that you can take lessons from there. But so that lessons that you learn must speak into the refinement of the process. And then, of course, then what we also suggest, which I'm not suggesting here, maybe it's not there, it is a staggered approach that we're suggesting. So in other words, if we start the pilot, we're saying start small and upscale. And that's essentially what we're saying. I mean, we know in the case of Brazil, and when we compare, of course, each countries that we're comparing with have strengths and weaknesses. But it seemed to have worked in Brazil when they rolled it out regionally on a smaller scale and then up it. And now, I think they did a third of the country and then more until they now fully fledged doing the e-voting. So that's something that we need to consider. Apart from monitoring and evaluation, I think the stakeholder engagement obviously is linked to, should even be more upfront, but broad-based stakeholder engagement is very important. And that entails from the public up to civil society, political parties. I think we also spoke earlier on about the referendum. This may come later once all the homework is done, even if we consider a referendum to see whether people want to implement that. But cost will determine that. And then obviously what we're saying is once you have done your monitoring and evaluation, we have rolled out maybe this in a certain region in a local government election, then there is a post-election evaluation needed to take stock. And that evaluation will then determine how we're going forward. I'm going to unpack some of these things in the next slide. I've spoken into detail maybe about most of that. Stakeholder engagement, I think it's important. Maybe just in the slide, I want to highlight a few things about the financial viability. Now, unfortunately, the study was limited. We were unable to do a cost-benefit analysis. But what we do want to recommend is, we did say there should be a financial committee that must work closely with the task team. Now, what we're suggesting is that an in-depth financial model be drafted. Now, obviously, I'm not a modeling expert and a financial expert, but what we're suggesting is here, we need to look at the cost of each machine. We need to look at what is our needs, what is the capability of the machine. We need to cost that. And then once we even identify the machine, we must implement it at a small scale. We must also look at whether these, and I think Heather was talking about it, can we use these e-voting machines elsewhere? Can it even generate income? Can we use these machines across the region? Those are all things that you need to consider. So not just the financial viability of it, but also the usability of it. But I know Prof. As Berger said, we need to, the courses approach, etc. But I do want to say it may be more courses to purchase a few, very few, to test it after you've done your homework as well. Obviously, you need to do your homework. And you may even opt for testing 2 types of machines. But these are things that need to be considered. And there needs to be a payback clause. I mean, the financial committee will obviously come with more recommendations, but a payback clause should, our previous studies indicated that maybe we can resell it at the later stage. But overall, the capital investment will be more, but more research and experience indicate that once the capital investment are made, there are also benefits that is not only financial, but the cost of our democratic project, which I want to stand on a little bit, would be huge. It will be more voter turnout, and I'm quite confident in that. If we embark on that large-scale campaigns, if we make sure people have access to data, but it depends. If we go, the e-voting route would certainly be a good option if we follow that steps. Okay, so just turning to my last slide. As a way forward then, it is recommended that the IEC should schedule a series of stakeholder meetings. And I think we've gone to be mentioning that in our speech from the CEO this morning, that there should be broad-based stakeholder engagement. And then once we get feedback from this platform and those stakeholder engagement, one can further streamline that electronic voting strategy plan that has been put on the table. And from that entire process, and I haven't given all the steps of that because we need to go to the entire country and we need to consult the public at large, and all those will then feed into a green paper. So that's I would say, the key steps that we've outlined. But this is a process, and I think we hope that has laid the platform. And the HSRC do want to thank everybody that was involved in the study. We do want to thank the colleagues here today, and we certainly appreciate the feedback that we get to improve the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David, for that edifying presentation. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to invite the next speaker, Dr. Maxwell Masego, who will be responding to the two presentations that have been delivered this afternoon. Just a short bio about Dr. Masego. He is a research associate at the Tahaya Research Center at the University of Witwatersrand, and he's placed within the School of Governance at Wits. His area of research focus are the following: digitization in the public sector, democracy and elections, citizen participation, politics and protest and media. That is the short bio of Dr. Masego. Kindly join me in welcoming Dr. Masego to the podium, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. See, I'm a broadcaster, so I project quite well. Yeah, so voting in South Africa is still very much paper-based. As Professor Colin Takur from DUT put it, South Africa's paper-based elections to date have been largely free and fair. So I suppose the question becomes, why then do we tamper with a system that delivers free and fair elections? To answer this question, several factors need to be considered. The truth is that the manual ballot is not without its problems and challenges. We've seen evidence of long queues at voting stations, media reports of ballot papers thrown on the side of the road, suspected ballot manipulation, reports of double voting, and more recently confusion over a long ballot paper following the inclusion of independent candidates. Furthermore, we need to start thinking about how to address these challenges such as low voter turnout, especially involving young people, eligible voters within the 18 to 35 age group in South Africa. How then do we increase the voter experience in the country and make it more secure for the end user? Statistics in the public domain show a steady decline in voter turnout since 1999, in the 1999 general elections, which should then make us concerned about the future of the country's democracy, as we're starting to see that young people are actually not voting. Mine here today, and should I express, by the way, that I'm a cyber optimist. So mine here today is to suggest that e-voting offers us an opportunity to deal with some of the challenges that I've just mentioned. And it's also a way of modernizing, this electoral experience that we're talking about. Our democracy, as we all know, is undergoing interesting times. The country, therefore, must thoroughly debate how to introduce e-voting. Using technology in the elections is not entirely a foreign thing to us. The IEC, as we know, has already adopted some kind of technology in the elections. Oh, is my slide up there? Actually, sorry, I should have moved it. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, yeah. So the IEC is already using some kind of voter technology for online registration. We have already seen the implementation of voter management devices that have been introduced to help capture the information of voters at voting stations. But then this does not suggest that there are no problems as witnessed in the last general election. Biometric technology is also being used by the country, that is in government departments, for other purposes, as we have seen. Through various research from scholars such as Professor Noluntu Mpekuwa, Professor Andri Mare and others, I can then attest that technology isn't enough as we embark on this journey of e-voting. The system needs a well-trained and independent IEC, and here I'm talking about administrators and polling workers to safeguard our elections. Of course, we need to include other people, including political parties and others. New technologies being adopted for for e-voting must be people-centered, meaning that these technologies must put people at the heart of digital transformation. These technologies must be geared to offering a solution to a South African problem and should consider diversity in language for users and vulnerable community, given that we've got 12 official languages in the country. How then do we achieve this human-centered approach that I'm talking about? It means that our technology needs to ensure that it's accessible and user-friendly and is inclusive of all groups making up the population. Technology should uplift diverse populations, including people living with disabilities, the elderly, low-income groups, and other marginalized people. It's about designing a system that empowers us rather than control us. It's about putting people first and ensuring that our technology that we introduce in the country for e-voting is ethical. This will then ensure that the equipment is used for public good rather than causing public harm. Again, this technology must respect the privacy and the right to choose candidates without fear. It also means that being transparent about how data is collected, stored, and used. South Africa, all in all, needs to develop technology that serves the South African purpose, that is suited for a South African situation or problem. I'm not going to dwell much about the success cases because I think my colleague Dr. Dlamini has touched on those, and we're going to hear more about these tomorrow from the specific countries that are concerned. But it was just to highlight that, we're not doing this thing not knowing that, or not having done our homework. There are cases of success that have been reported elsewhere. Although eventually they achieved that kind of success, it didn't come easy. But there's a lot that we can learn from these countries. So when you talk about setting the scene for e-voting, as mentioned earlier, used correctly, e-voting can potentially increase voter turnout. But then the problem doesn't end there. It means that we must consider the impact of socio-economic conditions in the country. Creating political and economic conditions that are conducive to ensuring digital benefits reach everyone in the country is paramount. Statistics of online usage in the country are already favoring us, especially the youth of South Africa. As Cowling 2024 reported, that as of January 2024, over 45 million South Africans were active internet users. And that's out of a population of over 60 million people. However, I should caution that this doesn't necessarily mean that young people go online to engage in political matters. In 2022, I did a study looking at how young people engage with their local municipalities in Cape Town and Johannesburg. And actually, I was quite surprised with the results when I found that they actually use WhatsApp a lot, because I was looking at Twitter, Facebook, and WhatsApp. They actually use WhatsApp a lot to engage with friends and family and to promote their businesses online. However, the issue that came out of that study was the lack of trust in political leaders and public institutions. And then there were also concerns about corruption, which remains a stumbling block. This then, when I was doing the analysis, actually told me that you could actually give people equipment, but if they don't want to use it, they simply won't use it. So it then means we need to look at the deeper issue. Why are young people not voting? Is it a policy matter? Is it something that we should address via policy rather than just introducing machines? Before address the matter in a policy way and then only start thinking about introducing e-voting, because otherwise, they just won't take part. And then what are the public perceptions? There appears to be an appetite for adopting e-voting technology in South Africa. This morning I was watching television as my colleague was. It was a SNAP survey. I know that when it comes to unpacking it, there's a lot that we can find. But at some point it was sitting at 50% saying that we should adopt e-voting. And then eventually it went up to 68%. But then obviously, when you unpack, then you may find that it's just people in urban areas and it's not people in rural areas. And as somebody from the ANC mentioned earlier, if we then implement e-voting and leave other sections of the population out of it, then that process is actually unfair. But however, the fact that we're talking about it means that we are curious about it. We want to know about it. What is this thing? Can it work for us? How then does it work best for us? I think that's where the problem lies. South Africa is already digitalizing some government services, which means somehow our mindsets are already there. You go and apply your license, they want your biometric information. You apply for an ID, it's the same thing. There's many other government systems, including the pension payment verification process. So then my argument is that widespread digitalization of government institutions will benefit the eventual building of trust and confidence in e-voting processes, but it's going to take a long time. I think one of the key sort of problems that we have in the country at the moment is the lack of a clear and coherent digital strategy to drive transformation. What are the areas of concern that remain? 30 years into South Africa's democracy, millions of citizens still cannot access the internet due to inadequate ICT infrastructure and high data costs. The situation is worsening due to high unemployment and perceived widespread corruption. So again, these issues are emerging, and you can see that then therefore government and other stakeholders need to then start addressing these problems before we even move to bigger things that might then sabotage the work that we're trying to do. And issues of budget costs and implications. Yeah, the big problem at the moment is that South Africa is currently dealing with the reality of budget cuts across all departments. And the IEC itself didn't get as much money as they had asked for in the last election. So that in itself, we need to find a way of how to work around that. As we have seen, this is actually a very expensive exercise. I think when then they introduced the technology of VMDs, colleagues, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, they spent something in the region of 600 million rand. And even then, there were some cases of theft of some of these machines. So we've got to start thinking carefully about, once we invest in these machines, we've got to go all the way. And we obviously have to go all the way because all stakeholders are on board. I think some of the success cases that they are reporting about from countries such as Estonia is because there is now this legislation, legal framework that actually supports, you know, the establishing of e-voting and actually seeing it through. So we need that kind of commitment and kind of buy-in as well from MPs, from you know, civil society particularly. They are also going to play a very important part, particularly when it comes to training voters and people in communities on how to use these machines. The other issue is I'm not aware of a South African study at the moment that has actually looked at the cost of e-voting. And perhaps because this is a new territory that we're trying to venture into. But I think this is something that we need to, you know, almost immediately start investing in, because it's going to inform us as we're going forward to say what works, what doesn't work, how then can we work around any problems that we may face. We need a system that is going to ensure transparency in cost evaluations and making sure that people understand concerns around training and security features of that particular issue. What then is the way forward for the country? There is no perfect voting system. There are going to be mistakes, but a faulty sort of designed e-voting system is not going to produce the good results that we need. Again, I'm going to quote Professor Takur because he's done a lot of work in this particular field, and others when they argue that South Africa then needs to transform because delays in election results generate and elevate suspicion of electoral sort of interference. What then has become clear is that we are going to need monitoring systems, particularly in between elections, to then strategize and look at what worked, what didn't work, how can we improve it, how can we start over again. So we shouldn't just engage each time every 5 years there's a local government election, there's a national election. We perhaps have to look at other processes like by-elections, which happen quite often, to then say how can we then exercise and implement those systems so we can pick up as much faults as we can earlier on. I think the point I'm trying to drive home here is we need to be proactive as well. We need to anticipate that there are going to be problems. Because if we actually think that there aren't going to be problems, then we are going to be disappointed. My parting short is that the IEC cannot do the work alone and needs the support of lawmakers, the media, civil society, academia, the private and the private sector. You know, to hold their hands, to work together, to share ideas. And this is just but one of those processes. I think we've begun those processes, but now we need to take it further and develop it further, involve sort of more people that may perhaps have been included in the initial study. I thank you.
Another round of applause for Dr. Maseko. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, shall we move straight to questions? Let's keep it short. Let's start from that row. 2 questions, if there are any. None. Let's move to this row, if there are any questions. None. Shall we take this row? Yes, sir. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier on, one of the colleagues here made reference to political parties not having been consulted somehow when the document was being compiled. Now, Dr. Maseko here raises another issue that says voters don't trust politicians because of corruption. You know, such thing coming out of a research that deals with electronic voting and you find corruption there. It's something that is worrying for politicians, I'm sure. And in the last bullet, you call for support for lawmakers, and those are politicians. And if they are being not trusted how then do you find a balance to make sure that we need to find a way of removing this mistrust or doubts about involvement and role of politicians in every scenario that society engages with? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Shall we take questions from this row? Then I'll allow the panelists to respond. None. Dr. Masego, shall we hear your thoughts on this matter that has been raised before we proceed?
Okay. I think the issue of a lack of trust in politicians sort of came from young people attending ward committees. They said, we would like to attend ward committees even. But what we find happens there is that because we know these people personally, and they will sort of choose people from their own parties to speak anyway. And we read about them in the papers, we hear about them on television. So why should I bother if I know I'm not going to be listened to? And that is sort of translated into, you know, I think you've seen with the Fees Must Fall. This was sort of young people trying to make a movement for themselves, to make it something that they can own themselves, to say, this is ours, we are going to control it the way that we want. So the issue of lack of trust sort of stems, you know, with regard to service delivery and the fact that when we attend community meetings, we do have an input to make, but then people just don't listen to us because they favor their cronies from other parties. That's where that issue came from.
I mean, sorry, our surveys have also showed that relatively to other institutions, political parties, the lack of trust in political parties and politicians are lower. But that doesn't mean we should not work with political parties. I think they are a core stakeholder, and in this process, they should be consulted. There's very little control over what the public think. We just need to control it from our side.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davis, for your thoughts. Dr. Gordon, do you want to weigh in on the matter?
Thank you very much. I actually can speak a little bit to the issue of political trust within South African society. So if you look at the public opinion data that's been gathered over many years, we do see change over time. So there was a period in South Africa where large shares of the adult population did trust the political system, parliament, national government, etc. So this was really the mid-2000s. And then over the last 10 to 15 years, we saw a substantial decline in trust in these elected institutions. Right? Parliament being the worst sufferer of a massive decline in confidence and trust, but also large-scale declines in confidence and trust in national government and, of course, local government. What causing this decline in trust? What is happening is the public is becoming dissatisfied with the status quo. Right? Those very important issues that are at the heart of all South Africans' daily life. They are worried about the cost of living, they're worried about their personal safety, they're worried about their economic opportunities. They feel these are becoming worse, and more importantly, they feel that these issues will become worse. So their view of the future is becoming more pessimistic. This growing level of pessimism, what in political science is called societal pessimism, is very dangerous for a nation. When lots of people are pessimistic about society and about the system, they tend to react in quite extreme ways. This is not just a problem in South Africa, it's a problem in many parts of the world, and we can see the emergence of some quite extreme politics. In South Africa, we've been very lucky that that type of political extremism has not emerged in the same way as we see in other nations, but this is a serious issue that we must keep monitoring. We have noticed periods where political trust can go up, where politicians acting in good faith can restore faith in the political and democratic system. If we looked at the early years of the Ramaphosa administration, we saw an increase in political trust in many parts of the country. Indeed, it has been the challenges of recovering from the post-pandemic period that have led to a decline in the last 2 years of political trust. We find ourselves currently in a very low trust space, which is quite challenging. I will stop talking there, although I have a lot more to say about this issue, but I won't dominate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Godin. Shall we take more questions from the last two rows? No questions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Shall I allow each panelist just 1 minute for a parting shot before we conclude this afternoon's session, please?
Yeah, colleagues, let's welcome this initiative and take it for what it is. It doesn't mean that we're going to win or we are going to, eventually end up voting electronically. But it has started dialogue, and it basically just means we are talking about it, we are aware of it. It may just mean that it will take us much longer, we may need to revisit it, but let us keep it alive, because digitalization is the way the rest of the world is moving, and we cannot be found wanting.
I'm just going to reflect on what the Minister said this morning. I think we're in an ecosystem, so the IEC is not alone in this. And to embark on this process, we need to engage with various stakeholders.
Thank you very much. I just want to comment very briefly on the largely positive view of the general public on the issue of e-voting. This is a public which has never experienced e-voting in a major government election. So when they're making their judgments, they're making it hypothetically. We could see this popular goodwill for e-voting evaporate very quickly if the rollout of e-voting hypothetically is done in a manner that does not ensure accessibility, security, and convenience. And therefore we could see a growing level of distrust in the election system. We must remember that trust in democracy, trust in our political system is quite low, and in such a fragile environment, the poor rollout of an e-voting system could be very damaging to democratic participation, faith in democracy, and faith in elections. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Electoral Commission of South Africa, we wish to thank all panelists who came before us today to share their thoughts about the subject matter. Shall we give them a round of applause, please? On the same breath, I wish to appreciate my co-facilitators who had a difficult work to steer this discussion forward. We intended to conclude this program at 5. Pardon us for stretching it just a bit longer. It will be remiss of me not to appreciate the questions that flowed from the floor, and we really appreciate your active participation as the audience. With that said, this brings us to the end of the first session. It brings us to the end of the session this afternoon. We are continuing tomorrow. You are requested to be here on time tomorrow. You should be seated by 5 minutes before 9 in the morning, so that we can proceed with the order of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the session is adjourned.